The Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Asking you to join me on this day. The Lord's word in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 31 says that we should give glory to him in everything we do. So in keeping with this, Andre Crouch wrote the song, My Tribute. I pray that the words, the melody, the spirit of this song will reflect the attitudes of our hearts today. How can I say thanks for the things you have done for me? Things so undeserved, yet you gave to prove your love for me. The voices of a million angels could not express my gratitude. All that I am or ever hope to be, I owe it all to thee. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for the things you have done. With your blood you have saved me. With your power you have raised me. To God be the glory for the things you have done. Just let me live my life. Let it be pleasing, Lord, to thee. And if I gain any praise, let it go to Calvary. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. Oh, for the things, the wonderful things, for the things, oh, the awesome things you have done. Amen.
Standing.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note reference of bills on pages 1 and 2 of the calendar. In consideration of motions to concur and non-concur, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 479 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate, Senator Olson from Johnson County, the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, and the senator from Sedgwick, Senator of House Godot. On a consideration of motions to concur or non-concur, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 19 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate, the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In compliance with Senate Rule 55, the appointment on page 4 of the calendar is ready for consideration. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I move the appointment.
We will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The appointment on page 2, Mr. Keene, the clerk will read the name.
State Corporation Commission Member Dwight Keene.
Make a correction, that was page 4. It's a typo. Thank you. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. House Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote aye.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I will change my no to aye.
Duly noted. Any other changes of vote? Any explanation of vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "38 having voted in favor and 0 against, the measure having received the required constitutional majority is hereby declared confirmed." The chair now recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of general orders.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair appoints the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to preside over the committee of the whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed under the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2299. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2299 is brought to us on behalf of the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association, as well as the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, and a representative from the House. And the bill is an important piece of legislation for our law enforcement community. And what it does is it extends the time for a search warrant to be executed from 96 hours, which is essentially 4 days, to 240 hours, 10 days. And this gives our law enforcement community additional time to execute the warrant. And the bill does provide we're always looking for checks and balances, and that if the warrant is not properly executed within that 10 days, it is always subject to court review and court challenge. There were no opponents to the bill, and with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the underlying bill as detailed by the senator from Johnson. It certainly has found favor in both chambers. And now there's an addition that I'd like for us to consider. I do have an amendment that I've turned in and asked for the consideration.
Number of the amendment, please.
It is revisor number 3913, Mr. Chair.
We'll pause for a moment to hand that out.
Thank you.
Senator, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
I think Mr. Chair, I think it'd be easier for me to try and explain it.
Continue.
This is the sum and substance before you on what are called jailhouse informants. And this amendment would provide certain regulations for the admission of testimony given by jailhouse informants. We have had in our state and in others, Mr. Chair, the question as to the veracity of evidence in major cases on those who provide testimony and who are also having to rely upon that testimony to perhaps ease their own sentence or to work in that capacity. And these provisions, as outlined in this amendment, would detail what would be expected or what those providing that testimony, who too are finding themselves as a part of the judicial system, might benefit from giving their testimony. It was vetted originally. This measure was vetted in what was known as House Bill 2366, and 2366 passed the House 123 to nothing. And with that, I'd be willing to stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Wyandotte, senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment appears to be 3 times longer than what the bill is, and the content seems to be contrary to what the bill states, so I'm going to challenge germaneness.
Germaneness of the bill has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wellborn, on the ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment, proposed amendment, would amend, introduce an independent question and unreasonably and unduly expands the subject, and the amendment does deal with a different topic. Therefore, it is not germane. Thank you.
The amendment has been ruled non-germane. We are back on the bill. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to challenge the ruling on germaneness on this measure. Again, that was one of many that sat dormant in judiciary. Judiciary is one of the hardest working committees in the Senate. As you know, as we see, there are quite a few measures that have come through the committee, but this was one that enjoys such favor with the House, 123 to nothing, that I would hope that we'll find some place where this will be germane before we complete our own agenda here this session. And thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question for the carrier of this bill, but I do want to speak as a member of Judiciary Committee. This bill is very important. It's important to our communities. It's important to those individuals, male and female, that serve our communities. One of the things that I have learned over the years of serving not only on judiciary but also on corrections and juvenile justice is that the 2 most dangerous times for law enforcement or when they answer a call for domestic violence, and when they go to serve a warrant. And so expanding this from the 4 days to the 10 days gives us that opportunity to make sure when that warrant is delivered, all of the safety protocols, all of the protections that are possible are made available for our law enforcement officers. So I stand in strong support of this bill and hope that the body will as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to carry this bill, and it's an honor to support our law enforcement community, the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association. They have brought this bill, this piece of legislation, to the legislature to help them do their duties, to help them keep our communities safe, and we thank them for that. It did have broad support in the House. The amendment that was brought on the bill was sent to the Kansas Judicial Council to take a further look at it, to work with our law enforcement community and our prosecutors on that issue. With that, Mr. Chair, we do hear this is an important issue to our law enforcement community, and I would ask for the strong support in favor of the bill by this body. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports House Bill 2290 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senator from Johnson, would you restate the House bill number that we are voting on?
Mr. Chair, yes. House Bill 2299.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2712. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2712 is establishing the Kansas Commission for the United States Semi-Quincentennial. The 250th anniversary of America's founding will occur in 2026. And House Bill 2712 would establish a Kansas Commission for the United States Semi-Quincentennial to coordinate local and national efforts to mark the event. The Commission is charged to plan, encourage, develop, and coordinate the commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States and to recognize the impact of this event on the people of Kansas and the nation's past, present, and future, and cooperate with the United States Semi-Quincentennial Commission and various state agencies, boards, commissions, departments, and political subdivisions in order to execute commemorative events and to implement educational activities, events, and celebrations related to this event. The commission will be put together and run through the Department of Commerce and will compose of about 20 members. And in those members, the commission was carefully designed to celebrate our country, honor our veterans, and promote Kansas products in a well-defined process that allows for transparency and accountability. The commission will submit an annual report. There will be a fund established to receive gifts and donations. The commission will expire on 12/31/27. And finally, the House made no amendments to this bill and passed a vote of 119 to 1. And with that, I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bill. Representative Carlin and Representative Estes over in the House worked really hard on getting this bill there. We had testimony in Ways and Means talking about what a great job Kansas did in the recognition we had for our bicentennial. This is an important celebration for our country, and I think Kansas will shine in this, and I urge your vote for this bill. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2712 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2456. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, to
Thank you,
explain
Mr.
the
Chairman.
bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt a committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2456 would authorize the Department of Wildlife and Parks to issue lifetime hunting and fishing license if someone purchases it for the amount of $300. They have to be a Kansas resident to receive it, and we're hoping what this will do is get more people interested in hunting and fishing to outdoors and promote that all in the package. And 5 years from this date, the Secretary will check the numbers on the revenue coming in and sales of licenses and decide if we need to raise the amount that's been contributed from 300 to 400. That would be permissible. They could do that. And then in 10 years from the date it's issued, we'll have a sunset for the whole program to make sure that everything's going like it's supposed to. And the other provision is we asked the Secretary will give a report to this House Agriculture and Natural Resources, an update on the number of licenses sold. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the provisions of House Bill 2456 are great. However, as we had in caucus a fairly lengthy discussion, I do have an amendment coming. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we pass over this bill for a brief period of time till the amendment arrives.
We will do so. We will pass over House Bill 2456, waiting on an amendment. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2537. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
My apologies, Senator. There is not a committee report to adopt. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2537 requires that the Kansas Department of Insurance hold a hearing when requested by parties who have a dispute regarding the insurance department and the subject that the insurance department oversees, so that when the administrative review in the insurance department is completed, the parties can then proceed to district court under the Kansas Judicial Review Act. Currently, there is no requirement that the Kansas Insurance Department hold such a hearing. So if you're going to the district court after your review in the insurance department, you have no record for the court to review other than perhaps some email exchanges. There has been no administrative review in the insurance department for you to have the court look at under the Kansas Judicial Review Act. So the bill merely requires the insurance department to hold a hearing. They were stating before to parties that, well, there's no statute that requires a hearing, so we're not necessarily going to hold a hearing. And the bill would change that to require the hearing. The Department of Insurance does not oppose the bill, and I do have an amendment to change the effective date of the bill were it to be enacted from publication in the statute book to the register, and you are going to ask, have I turned it in? I have, and the amendment number is 3837.
Thank you, Senator. We'll pause for a moment while we hand that out. Would you like it read or would you like to explain?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just explain again. It changes the effective date from publication in the statute book to publication in the Kansas Register. So we can get this to conference committee. It's pretty non-controversial. It passed the House 120 to 0.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a needed update to our statutes, and I would ask the body to support it. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2537 as amended, favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2386. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2386 came over to us from the House, and it was introduced by the Kansas Dental Association. What was happening, the reason for this bill, dentists would have a contract with a insurance company, and without their knowledge, they would do what was called a virtual credit card instead of sending a check or maybe a direct deposit. And when they would go and collect those funds, they'd later find out that they were being charged a 5% transaction fee. So this bill would clarify, just put transparency in there that if a insurance company is going to use something similar to a virtual credit card that will have a transaction fee, that they will allow the dentist to opt out of that option and make them aware of that and allow them to opt out and use an alternative form of payment. Another thing that it clarifies for transparency purposes is when they do have a contract with a company, sometimes that insurance company will sell that contract to another company or lease it out to another company without the dentist's knowledge. And sometimes those terms will change, again, without the dentist's knowledge. This will just put in there that if that does occur, that the dentist has to be made aware of that and has the opportunity to opt out of those changes. And one thing I would like to comment on, both this was a compromise before it actually came to our committee. They worked on some amendments in the House, and then on the Senate, when they came, they had another compromise, and we do appreciate that. It makes our jobs a lot easier when we're working the bills, so we do appreciate that. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the senator from Cherokee would stand for a quick question.
He's standing for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious, how does this affect, or does it affect the patient, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will affect the patient actually in quite a few different ways, but the first thing is when they go to the first consultation with the dentist, and the dentist understands or believes that they're under this certain program and these are the benefits, that they can be assured that that's going to be more accurate, that they won't have any surprise billings at the end, and it makes the experience a lot better for the patient.
Further questions for the senator from Cherokee? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say that I think that this is a bill that's consumer friendly and also industry friendly as well. And I appreciate the work the committee did on it.
Further questions for the senator from Cherokee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill 2386 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2239. For purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May we pass over 2239? I am waiting on an amendment.
We may. Are you prepared for 2597?
I am.
Great. We will turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2597. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2597 started out as a transportation.
We need to adopt a committee report.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we do.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill was transferred to us by transportation. The contents were in another bill. So the chair of transportation most graciously let us use 2597 as a vehicle for tax. There are a few items in this dealing with property tax committee. Last year when we passed Senate Bill 13, there was a private group that took it upon themselves to do an open records request for every property taxing authority in the state of Kansas. And they set up a website. It's kansasopenview.org. If you go out to that website and click on county and then click on the report for 2021 for property taxes, you can actually see the % increase for your taxing authority, whether it be a school district, a county, a city. And I thought this is a great idea. Why don't we have that information recorded and sent to the Department of Administration so that they can put it on their website and it would be easy to find for everyone. I'll go into detail on it later. But that also in that bill is the revenue neutral rate. An appeals process defines that you have to be a property owner in that taxing district and you would apply or appeal to BOTA. It formalizes the process for appeals. In the bill, there was also an issue. It seemed like a discrepancy, different determination on zoos and how they were classified. And this codifies that zoos in Kansas would be classified as agriculture property. Also in Kansas, when you have an ATV or a golf cart, personal property, when you sell that property, you owe property tax for the entire year. This would prorate the property tax that you owe on it for the length of time that year once you sell it. Another section in the bill would classify grassland, CRP. There's different qualifications for grassland. Most of you may not know this, but there really is a cost to grass. And depending on what type of grass increases or decreases the valuation of your property. This legislation would clarify the grass to be consistent with what it has been. There was something that changed in the federal law, and this would just codify it in statute that we want it to continue as it was. Another piece of legislation in this bill is antique trailers. We have antique vehicles and other vehicles. This would just clarify that trailers 30 years or older under a certain weight would also be qualified as antique. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lynn. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to let this one to the will of the body. There are a couple policy pieces here that I would like to pursue further investigation with, specifically the thing with the golf carts that the Madam Chair referred to. That to me is kind of a no-brainer. I also, and on the CRP federal grasslands, my understanding with this and talking with the Farm Bureau, Mr. Chairman, is that we're not talking a lot of acreage. I mean, very minuscule. It's something technically that probably needs to be cleaned up. But I will also say, Mr. Chairman, on the other items in the bill, I just, at this point, I think everybody else needs to just kind of evaluate it for what it's worth. Some of the other stuff I just don't have a real strong comfort level with. And I think if this, you know, if it gets to conference committee, then this will all be examined at a later point. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. But I do want to thank the Madam Chair for putting these policy pieces before the body for their consideration. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the CRP piece, we don't see that so much on the eastern part of the state. That is more an issue for central Kansas and western Kansas. He's right, it is minimal. With that, Mr. Chairman, I hope that you guys will support the legislation. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate substitute, oh, wait a minute, wrong bill. It report House Bill 5997. No, wait, I've got the wrong number. 2597. Thank you.
You've heard the motion to pass out Senate substitute for House Bill 2597 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to HCR 5014 for purposes of carrying HCR 5014. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HCR 5014 is a proposed constitutional amendment that would restore checks and balances to our form of government here in Kansas. We've heard a lot about restoring checks and balances this session, whether it was yesterday regarding the judicial selection of our Kansas Supreme Court justices and checks and balances in that system. This proposed amendment would provide that type of checks and balances to our rules and regulations that are made here in Kansas. And it would provide red tape reduction and allow the legislature to reclaim its authority as the lawmaking body in government. What the proposed amendment does is it would simply put to the voters of Kansas whether they want to have their legislature, when we pass a law that asks the officer or agency within the executive branch to adopt rules and regulations, that in law we can also provide that we can revoke or suspend any such rule and regulation by a vote of the majority of the members of the legislature. The reason this is important, and I can tell you as the chairman of the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs, we have those administrative rules and regs brought to the committee, and the committee has no authority to revoke, amend, reject, suspend any of those rules and regulations, regardless of their content. And they oftentimes, obviously, rules and regulations are a needed act of government, but they must be properly and appropriately made and adopted, and not be making policy that belongs to the legislature. So this would be an important measure to reclaim that authority. There has been Supreme Court decisions that have ruled that the legislature, if it puts into law allowing the executive agency officer or the agency to adopt administrative rules and regs, that the legislature no longer has authority to revoke, reject, or suspend those rules and regs. So that's why the amendment is needed and should be put to a vote of Kansans. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the resolution? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the gentlelady from Johnson would stand or enter a question, please.
She will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too serve on the Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations for all state agencies, and so just for those who aren't listening in, if the senator could share. So normally we hear from state agencies, we make recommendations, and I know she's served as the chair and the vice chair a couple of times, but if she could share, does she know when we, the committee, make those recommendations to those state agencies, how often are they followed? And then if she too could just clarify again, the main piece of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do thank the senator for the question and for her service on the committee as well. And something that does need to be discussed is that joint committee, the only authority, if you will, that the committee of that legislative body has is to send a letter to the executive branch agency or to the executive branch officer stating that the committee requests that the rules and regulations not be adopted, that they be adopted at a later time, that they be further reconsidered. But what that is your legislature only at that point can simply send a letter to be put into the file at the agency, and the agency can choose to ignore the letter, to look at the letter, to follow the suggestions of the letter, or do nothing. So the point is, we don't have any authority as the legislature when we see policy being made by executive branch agencies to, quite frankly, do anything. And we saw some policy being made by certain departments of the executive branch. For instance, a change in policy regarding what the wage computation formula would be for workers' compensation. And the proposal was to change how workers' compensation wages would be determined. The testimony was, well, we should do it more like Missouri does, and this rules and regulation would make it like Missouri. And the committee said, well, now wait a minute, that's a policy decision that should be made by the legislature. Yet without this proposed amendment being supported by this chamber and then passed by the voters of Kansas, that kind of policy making by that department would be the force and law in Kansas. And so to answer the question about how many times the letters are looked at or the recommendations of the committee are followed, I don't have that information. I don't know if legislative research would have that information either, and I'm happy to ask. And when I say that it's up to this body now to put this issue to a vote of Kansans, whether you want your legislature to retain and reclaim its policymaking authority, I say it because this House concurrent resolution has already passed the House. It passed with bipartisan support of the House and now comes to this body to be considered. And I think I have answered the questions from the senator, but if I haven't, she will remind me.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and Senator from Johnson, thank you for that response. And, you know, with that response, I strongly recommend that perhaps that committee should ask that the state agencies send us a letter, you know, to clarify whether or not they looked at or had taken our recommendations. We receive a lot of letters from the agencies, from the Attorney General's office, all year round on these issues, and so that would be helpful. But I would ask this question to the senator from Johnson. by passing this resolution, does it take away from those secretaries of those state agencies of their ability of doing, they do the job daily, and of those state agencies and so therefore they are in the trenches, so to speak, on the ground addressing these issues. So would this resolution, how would it affect those state agencies of effectively doing their job for our constituents all year when we're not in session? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we understand that there is a need for public health and safety and other reasons that our administrative agencies, our executive branch agencies and departments need to make rules and regulations. We just need to provide the proper checks and balances for that. Other jurisdictions, other states have adopted a procedure like this that we have here in this House concurrent resolution. And I'm happy to report that those other jurisdictions have not had a diminished problem with public health and safety. And in fact, those other jurisdictions with reduction in red tape that this type of amendment provides have in fact flourished. Some of those jurisdictions are Idaho, Arizona, and Virginia, for example.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my questions. Serving on that committee, I agree with some, and I don't agree with some other parts of the resolution, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator from Johnson.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to do a better job today waiting for you to recognize me. I do have maybe a couple of questions for the carrier.
Please continue.
Thank you. So maybe I want to go back to kind of our school of rock on legislation, but the legislature passes laws, is this correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, and in those laws that we pass, we give our agencies leeway to make rules and regulations, is this correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In some laws we do and some we don't. Depends on which legislation you're looking at.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I believe we are the ones who are making the laws, so if we want to allow an agency to make rules and regulations, we are giving them that authority. So I would say we are allowing that. But I will go on with my next question. Who approves the rules and regulations? What is the process for that?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The process is it's submitted to the Secretary of State, it's submitted to the Office of the Attorney General, and those offices do not look at the policy being made, whether it's further advancing public health and safety, whether it does anything else. The reason that they look at it is it legally compliant with other law and statutes?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually think you skipped a big part about public hearings and access for the public to come and comment on those rules and regulations and put in their input. But yes, then it does go to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General looks at that and approves it based on the law that the legislature passes. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, as I've said before, the Office of Attorney General only looks at it, does it violate other law? Does not look at it, is it good policy or not? And is it policy? Doesn't consider, is this policy? It just determines whether it is approved or not approved for violating other law. So there's a difference there. It doesn't look at, is this policy making? Just looks at whether it's illegal, quite frankly.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think there's maybe a little bit of misunderstanding on the legislation because we go back, this body passes a law Then the House has to pass something. We have to compromise. It goes to the governor. The governor can let it go into law, sign it, veto it. We can go the process. But we are determining what those agencies are allowed to do by law, and we are putting in statute what they are allowed to do, what is legal, what policies, how in fact those can be stated, and if they are legal or not. And then our Attorney General approves that says, yes, this is legal compared to what the legislature said they wanted. Is that not correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, that is not correct. No other body determines whether this is policymaking or not other than the legislature. So currently, when we have rules and regulations put into place by our executive branch departments and agencies, no other legislative body or other body determines whether this is policymaking that's within the purview of the agency or not.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So I think we go back. So the legislature passes the law giving the authority of what the agency can do. We give them the guidelines. We then have public hearings, public comments. Everyone gets to have their opinions, and then rules and regs based on what they have authority from this body then goes to the Attorney General. So the Attorney General gets to say, yes, this is legal based on the legislation that came from the legislature. I agree, the legislature is the only one legislating. The others are doing what we are asked to do.
Is that a question?
Well, I think I know our answer, but again, I think this is, just an attempt to, we don't like things, we don't want things to work easily. Maybe we don't think we do a good job passing legislation because we don't ask good questions and we don't know the ramifications, but this is not needed. I mean, if you go back to School of Rock and you talk about what does it mean to legislate, what do we pass laws, who are we giving authority to do, this is not needed. Maybe what is needed is that we get educated or more educated lawmakers who ask questions, and they're asking, what are the repercussions of this? What if? That's a great question that I don't think we ask so many. I mean, the senator yesterday was talking about questions that get asked about ballet or the color, your favorite color, and we're not digging in to ask the questions of, does the laws that we are passing actually do what we are doing, or what are the unintended consequences? I am against this, but thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposed constitutional amendment restores the checks and balances between the executive branch and the legislature. When the legislature learns through the presentation of rules and regs in the joint committee about what the proposed rules and regulations are, the legislature currently has no checks and balances when the legislature learns the executive branch agency is setting policy in these rules and regulations. And if you'll go back to School of Rock, we have 3 branches of government, and it's this branch of government, the legislature, that sets policy. And currently, because of court decisions, it has been ruled that the legislature, when we give appropriate rules and regulation making authority to the executive branch, we have no checks and balance if the executive branch goes too far. This constitutional amendment restores the checks and balances to the legislature, who are the duly elected people of the state of Kansas, who are duly elected to set policy. That's where the policy making belongs. That's what this constitutional amendment would do, restore it to the legislature.
Further questions? The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the resolution stand for a question?
She is.
Thank you. What is the implementation date on the ballot?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed amendment, if it were to pass, this body would be on the November 2022 ballot.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in strong support of this. I know that some of the comments made may be from individuals that don't quite understand or have seen the egregiousness that can go on from a department or agency, whether it be intentional or unintentional. But I'll give you an example. A couple years ago, the Cosmetology Board came before the Rules and Regs, and they had pages and pages of updated rules and regulation. So the committee asked, what changed in statute that you would all of a sudden do this? Well, nothing. The committee asked the board, are you going to grandfather these rules in, or are you going to change them all at once? Well, we don't know. And the questioning went on like this. Well, I go to get my hair cut, and my hairdresser a couple months later, and guess what's posted on her board? All of these new rules and regulations, like you had to have 2 different sinks, one to wash the rags in, one to wash the hair in. These were such major changes that some local hairdressers actually went out of business. But the legislature hadn't changed anything in statute. It's just the Cosmetology Board had decided that they hadn't been reviewed in quite a few years, and so they were going to go through and make changes. And that's what they did by hurting small business owners. That's just one example. I can give you another example, daycares. They went through the rules and regs process in order to change daycares. And I asked them, do you guys do this in your own household? Kindergartner situations could not even meet these standards that they were putting on daycares. They had meetings. Hundreds of daycare owners and parents showed up for these meetings. The Rules and Regs Committee commented on how overreaching these regulations were. Yes, they had the hearings. They adhered to the rules. But guess what? They were implemented anyway. Even with the hearings, the negative comments from the committee, from the daycare workers, they went ahead and implemented it anyway. This process is absolutely broken. In the state of Kansas, voters, I implore you to stand strong with the carrier of this resolution. They need an opportunity to make sure that legislators are deciding the laws and that we have veto authority over egregious rules and regulations that are being offered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the Senator from Johnson. I'm looking at the explanatory statement that will be on the ballot, and particularly lines 32 to 36 that talk about a vote against this proposition. And it says it would allow state executive branch agencies and officials to continue adopting rules and regulations that have the force and effect of law without any opportunity for the legislature to directly revoke or suspend such rules and regulations. So my question is, can the legislature pass a law that would have the ability to essentially suspend such rules and regulations?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lines 32 through 36 of the bill obviously very succinctly state, of the resolution, clearly state what the resolution would do and wouldn't do. And it talks about directly revoke or suspend such rules and regulations. When it says directly revoke or suspend such rules and regulations, it means that it would take a majority vote of both chambers of the legislature to revoke or suspend the rules and regs. It would not require a new bill be drafted, a new bill be introduced, a new bill be heard in one chamber and then the other, and then maybe conference committee and signed into law. So it restores directly to the legislature the policy-making authority.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now, there are not rules or procedures to revoke or suspend rules. Would it be likely that those rules could be revoked or suspended with less than a majority of the House and the Senate?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, it would require a vote of a majority of the members then elected or appointed and qualified in each House. That is in lines 19 and 20 of the resolution.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concern is really that there would be a process, and I'm concerned about the wording in the explanation that says without any opportunity, because in fact, the senator from Johnson has explained that there could be a process to introduce another bill. I'm asking for an amendment to change the explanatory statement on this concurrent resolution, and I ask that it be passed over till that amendment arrives.
We will pass over the House concurrent resolution pending the arrival of amendments. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2056. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill does, start off by saying election day is election day. 7 p.m. election night, election will end. So what this would do on the mail-in ballots that arrive after that, they would not be counted. We looked at this in committee, so this I amended it and I added the 3 days. We used to count them up to 3 days after. I added 3 days before and started the clock a little earlier. So we gave them the same amount of time, but we start earlier, and 7 p.m. election night, all the ballots will be counted. The second thing we did was we put in a drop box provision, and the drop boxes, they would be allowed one per county, or a second one could be allowed if there's more than 30,000 residents, and every 30,000 after that. I looked at a couple other states that had that provision, and one of them was Colorado, and one was, I believe, California, and I think Florida has that too. And then we looked at putting some security on them, so they have to be either manned or have a camera. And then there's a protocol set up for to put a disclaimer on how many ballots can one person deliver and what the penalties are if they violate the law. Also, we heard sometimes through the post office it takes time to deliver. We open that option up to FedEx, UPS. It's really not that complicated what we've done, but we put some policy in to try to get back to election day as election day and not waiting 3 days. we had a situation up in Olathe where we had an unmanned ballot box that turned up the next day, had the ballots. It overturned the election night results. Them ballots should have been counted on election night, not the next day. We're trying to give people more certainty what we're doing to give them confidence in the process. So I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some concerns in regard to this bill, specifically on the changes with the ballot boxes. I do have an amendment coming. I would ask that we pass over if we could. It's just not here yet. Sorry.
We'll pass over Senate substitute for House Bill 2056, pending amendments. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 489. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt a committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 489 basically empowers unelected officials to educate and recommend procedures for preventing the spread of contagious and infectious diseases, and restores autonomy to individuals and groups to make their decisions on their own health procedures in regards to infectious diseases, pandemics, things of that nature. Basically, there are several parts of the bill. First of all, it would change the authority of the Secretary of KDHE to take action to prevent the introduction of contagious diseases, again, changing from the ability to make orders to make recommendations. The same basically goes for local health officers with their regard to the ability to prohibit gatherings when necessary for the control of diseases. We saw churches shut down. We saw big box stores open, small businesses closed. We lost 32% of small businesses in 2020 alone due to these unnecessary orders. And this would, again, allow local health officials to make recommendations, but not to close or prohibit gatherings. It would also amend the statute to remove a provision authorizing the Secretary to designate through rules and regulations some of these prohibitions, and basically require the Secretary of KDHE to submit a report to the President of the Senate and to the Speaker of the House with a list of contagious and infectious diseases and recommendations about how the legislature could move forward with legislation to fix some of the problems concerning a pandemic, for example. And this is for any future pandemic as well. The good news is over the last 2 years, we've learned a lot about what can happen in these situations, and this is our opportunity to make changes so that future legislatures don't have to relearn or reinvent the wheel. With regard to that report to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, it can provide recommendations for legislation concerning actions to prevent the introduction and spread of infections to those who are providing medical or nursing services, providing clinical or forensic lab services, providing emergency medical services and firefighting, law enforcement officials, any other service or services that involve dealing with those who might be sick. Make recommendations about PPE, make recommendations about vaccinations, things of that nature. The bill would also amend law empowering local health officials to issue certain orders to remove the Secretary's authority. And again, it has a number of different things it changes. It prevents them from issuing an order requiring the Secretary to quarantine someone because they think they may have been exposed. You cannot order an individual or group of individuals to go to and remain in a place of isolation or quarantine just because of their idea that that would prevent the spread or outbreak believed to be caused exposure. It would also prevent them from ordering an individual who's 18 years old or older who refuses a vaccination, medical exam, or treatment to go to isolation or quarantine, or require a minor child or ward whose parents or guardian refuses vaccination, medical examination, treatment, or testing to go to quarantine. It would also amend the statute to authorize local health officers to recommend quarantine or isolation in the above situation. So it would take it out of the purview of the Secretary of KDHE and put it into the local control. And again, to educate and make recommendations. And in investigations of infectious disease, would remove the Secretary's authority to require a local health officer to perform duties related to prevention of the spread. And again, they can make all the recommendations all day. You know, when you order somebody to do something and they feel like their liberty is being taken away, they're less likely to comply. If you give people information, if you educate them about a situation, they're most likely to make good decisions about this. And this is what this bill is all about. So basically, it just changes from orders to recommendation and educate. And with that, I will stand. Oh, actually, I do have two amendments to clean up a little bit of language. And before I stand for questions, I'd like to offer those amendments, Mr. Chair.
Can you give us the number of the First Amendment?
First Amendment is 3904.
Pause for a moment to hand that out. The amendment appears short. Would you like to explain it?
I certainly will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is on page 3 in line 1 by striking all after diseases, and in line 2 by striking all before the period. So basically what it ends up saying is the Secretary of Health and Environment is authorized to issue orders and adopt rules and regulations as may be medically necessary and reasonable to prevent the spread and dissemination of diseases injurious to the public health, including but not limited to providing the testing for such diseases. It just strikes isolation and quarantine from that particular sentence. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment. Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator from Johnson stand for a question?
He's standing for questions.
Thank you. So as I look at this amendment, and actually this paragraph starts on page 2, would that be correct, Senator? Would that be correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
It is, yes. It's just the completion of that paragraph.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And it now strikes anything that you're striking on page 3, line 1, all after the words disease, and all of line 2 below. Would that be correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
That is correct.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand this. So there can be testing done, but now with this striking, there can be no isolation or quarantining of anybody that's afflicted with or exposed to such diseases.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. Basically, it's since we're changing the authority of the Secretary of KDHE to change the orders and regulations, They can still make orders and regulations regarding testing, but not quarantine. They can still recommend the isolation and quarantine. They can say, just to help out, you might consider staying home for a week or so until this passes, based on the science, the prevailing science at the time. They can make the recommendation and certainly encourage that, but it doesn't allow them to make regulations with regard to isolation and quarantine of those persons, at least not with this particular sentence. It speaks about the authority of the Secretary of Health and Education, or Health and Environment, sorry.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, it does remove any reference to isolation and quarantine in this paragraph. So it does, as I'm reading it, limit it to providing for the testing for such diseases, and that would be it in this paragraph.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
That's right. It allows the Secretary of Health to authorize to issue orders and adopt rules and regulations as may be medically necessary and reasonable to prevent the spread and dissemination of diseases injurious to the public health, including but not limited to providing for the testing for such diseases. But since the rest of the bill is changing the authority, taking it out of the Secretary of KDHE's hands and putting more authority into the local officials, this particular paragraph deals with the Secretary's authority to make rules and regulations surrounding isolation and quarantine, since we are removing that authority from the Secretary of KDHE.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, I find this amendment just continues to, as this whole bill does, bring into question why we would have a Secretary of Health and Environment when we no longer want them to have authority when it comes to health, critical health issues in our communities. We are being so short-sighted about our futures and our reactions to our past, and what our past 2 years have taught us. So this amendment just continues to make this bill worse.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Well, I think most everyone in this body received hundreds, if not thousands, of emails during the course of the pandemic in the last couple of years from our constituents who were clamoring for us to do something about closing of businesses, isolation, quarantine. We had businesses who someone would test positive and they would have to lose that worker for weeks or sometimes 14 days when the person may have not exhibited any symptoms whatsoever. We found that the CDC changed their guidance almost daily from time to time. And we also found over the course of the time that the Secretary of Health and Environment changed their recommendations or were unwilling to consider changes that would open up situations. For example, Walmart would be wide open, but a small business right next door could not be. And just that indignation of the Secretary to consider those situations made this apparently necessary for us, and the legislature had no say. There was nothing we could do to try to fix the situation. That's what this bill attempts to do. And so we're not trying to eviscerate all control from the Secretary. They still have a number of different functions in the state. But with regard to pandemics and a situation like this, we saw some of the onerous rules and regulations and prohibitions on gatherings and recommendations, or well, not recommendations, masking orders that just we now know were medically unnecessary. And so this is an attempt to put some clamps on the authority of the Secretary of KDHE and to put the authority back in the place where it belongs, in the legislature, where we're hearing from constituents, where we can make decisions that allow our local officials and local businesses and doctors to make their own decision, and people to make their own decision. We heard all sorts of information over the course of the last 2 years. It was available if you were out there looking for it, with regard to what was the proper way to handle your health. There was off-label FDA drugs that were available with early treatment that would prevent death. And we were restricted in doing anything about allowing that to be utilized. And so this is a situation where a top-down authority is being changed so that those decisions that need to be made on a local level in a situation like a pandemic can be done. And that's my short answer to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment doesn't refer to closing businesses or allowing businesses to stay open. It refers to isolation and quarantine. I understand how the amendment fits in with the rest of the bill, but I'm much more familiar, having served for a number of years on the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, about how we expect farmers and ranchers to deal with animal health. And quarantine and isolation is important. Spread of disease, who can come in, what animals can come into the state. So I think it's inappropriate to take away those same protections that are so important to us for animals, to take those away from people. I stand against this amendment and the other things it refers to in the bill.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of this amendment and this bill. There's an interesting analogy comparing humans to livestock. I do believe there is a huge difference that you can ask a human and tell a human and reason with a human that, hey, you have contracted this. I would highly encourage you to stay home, stay away from people, and I believe in humanity still that people will do that. A livestock you cannot reason with, you cannot talk to them because they're not going to listen. They do not understand what you're saying, so you do have to isolate and quarantine livestock. There is a huge difference. You know, I think a lot of things got lost over the last couple years, and the first thing that is lost is that we have given up on personal responsibility and people making their own healthcare decisions on things. And I think this bill goes a long way in still allows the Secretary of KDHE to recommend, still allows the local health officer to recommend, and it leaves it up to the person to understand and have that direct conversation with those individuals to understand what they need to do to take care of their health and their family. Thank you.
Further questions or rebuttals? The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rules about quarantine and isolation on animals are rules about their owners, the people that have the responsibility for making sure they're inside the fence or inside the trailer or wherever they're supposed to be. We do not ask the Secretary of Agriculture to make recommendations to our farmers and ranchers about how they should maybe think about foot and mouth disease or other diseases if they are found. We demand isolation and quarantine. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another amendment, and it is 3934.
We'll pause for a moment while that's handed out.
Senator from Johnson, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very simple amendment. It just replaces on page 4, line 37, the word known with medically necessary and reasonable. So it would read, shall use all medically necessary and reasonable measures to prevent the spread of any such infectious, contagious, or communicable disease in that paragraph. So it just, all known measures could be fairly extreme. So we're just trying to limit that to medically necessary and reasonable. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator stand for a question?
He's standing.
Thank you. Again, in section, on page 4, starting at line 37, what is the problem with the word known?
Senator from Johnson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. All known, it could be very broad. There may be some things that are not medically necessary and reasonable, but may be known. We don't, as they did in George Washington's day, attach leeches anymore. That's a known medical procedure from way back, but we now know it's not medically necessary and reasonable. So this just is more precisely defining that sentence.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I think it's, and so could the senator share who does this section of the bill pertain to?
Senator from Johnson.
This would be local health officials, local health officers.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So here we're talking about local health officials, and I think it's important to look at this in relation to the whole sentence, because it says, such officers shall make an investigation of each case of smallpox, diphtheria, typhoid fever, scarlet fever, acute enteric poliomyelitis, infantile paralysis, epidemic cerebral spinal meningitis, and such other acute infections, contagious or communicable diseases as may be required, and shall use all currently known measures to prevent the spread of any such infectious, contagious, or communicable disease. And now it's going to say, shall use all medically necessary and reasonable. So I'm trying to understand where the term, I can see medical, but when it comes reasonable, how does that word reasonable become more defined than known?
Senator from Johnson.
We actually borrowed that from another part of the bill. It's, and if you look, and I can't immediately find it if I search through, we use that terminology in other parts of the bill. With regard to medically necessary and reasonable, we felt like it was a little bit more limitation than all known. Again, all known measures may involve, in our situation in the past, requiring vaccinations. Some people do not want to get a vaccination. That is a known possible or potential mitigation for a disease, but in someone else's mind or somebody, they may determine it's not medically necessary or reasonable. And that's why we wanted to restrict that language just a little bit.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So we now have not only in this bill restrict all of the authority of the Secretary of Health and Environment, we are also restricting the authority of our local health officials, which earlier the senator said that gave them the authority, but now we're restricting theirs, and we're restricting it on known diseases like smallpox or diphtheria. I'm sure my mother, 60-some years, 70 years ago, her family would have been very happy if there had been a vaccination for diphtheria when her sister died after one day. So we're going to strike known for these communicable diseases that we know what can save lives, and go to a language that has, in my knowledge, just has been chosen to fit medically reasonable, necessary and reasonable without sticking to what we already know as address the health needs of Arkansans. We are restricting the authority of the Secretary of Health and Environment when it comes to dealing with these kinds of diseases in our state. We're restricting our local health officials as well. I stand in opposition.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Johnson.
You may proceed.
I'm wondering, because we're not talking about medically necessary for someone's health, we're talking about spread of contagious diseases. What would be medically necessary for the spread of a disease, to prevent the spread of a disease?
Senator from Johnson.
Medically necessary could mean a number of different things. It depends on the situation. Some of these more established diseases that have been around a long time, we have well-established protocol for treating those, and they can make recommendations. We're not restricting local authorities, county authorities, or anybody from being a conduit of information. That's what we want. We want them to give us this information. We want them to provide us those recommendations. However, their authority to order these sorts of things is what's at stake here, and it's what we dealt with for the last couple of years. And so with regard to medically necessary, we thought through CDC recommendations that masking, for example, was medically necessary, and yet we masked up, we shut down, and the disease still spread. Here we are 2 years later. If masks work, then it would be medically necessary. But they didn't, and we know that they're not. Certainly with a virus that's so small it can pass through a mask. So medically necessary can be a moving target with regard to what we know actually does work. We know now more than we did 2 years later. Or here we are 2 years after the pandemic began. At the beginning, we didn't know. So we did shut down. We had 15 days to flatten the curve. The curve never flattened for 2 years. And so we spent $17.9 million in advertising to try to get people to get the shot. And yet now we have VAERS data that indicates there's over 2 million people with adverse reactions to those shots. A number of hundreds of thousands of deaths to those shots. So we do want these health officials to be conduits of information, to empower people to make their own personal decisions in consultation with their doctor. But these top-down orders are what we are trying to prevent with this bill. And that's why medically necessary in many of these emerging situations will be a moving target.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't remember any arguments about masks being medically necessary. I only remember the arguments that they could help spread disease. They're not, so my question really was the idea of medically necessary, because medically seems to me affect your health, not contagious diseases. So the senator talked about, standard or uniform approaches, what those might be. Can he expound on that? What are the standard procedures that we know?
Senator from Johnson.
If the question is what the standard procedures we know now about the pandemic or about all of these other diseases, I'm a little confused about the question, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas.
Okay, if we have standards now for dealing with smallpox and diphtheria, what are some examples of those?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm not necessarily a medical expert in that. I would have to defer to a physician with regard to some of those. And you would hope that the local county officials would also consult some of those medical experts with regard to those things. And again, pass that information along as a conduit so that people could make their own decisions.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is to help prevent the spread of a disease. This is not a public health officer treating a disease. Those people would go to the hospital or be managed in a different way. This is to say, if someone has that disease, it's important to limit their interactions with others and prevent the spread.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. We're back on the bill. Further questions for... Do you call for division or you call for a roll call? I heard a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. You had already stated we were back on the bill. I'm not denying the division. I'm just questioning the procedure where we should go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
State your point.
You said, are there any more questions on the amendment? And I asked for division.
We are back on the bill because I did ask, are there any other questions? And then the senator asked for division. Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 489 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed?
Point of order. We never voted on that amendment. We never voted on that amendment. I asked for division. We never voted on that second amendment.
We voted.
We never voted on the second amendment. There's two amendments. We voted on one. We never had a voice vote on the second amendment. I asked for division. We never voted on the amendment.
There was a vote on the second amendment. And I asked if there are further questions on the bill. Then you requested division. We had the points of order. And then we moved forward.
I'm sure we have recording going on. We never voted on the second amendment.
Secretary of the Senate says we voted on the second amendment. Chair recognizes Senator from Cali, Majority Leader Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Senator, or Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Republicans will caucus at 1:30 in room 548, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
The chair recognizes the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North at 1:30 p.m.
The chair recognizes the Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess till 2:30 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries. The Senate is recessed. Senate will come to order. We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator Clays in the chair.
We will now turn our attention back to House Bill 2456. Senator Kirshen is carrying the bill. We were awaiting an amendment from Senator Peck. The chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate your patience and you passing over the legislation while the amendment was prepared. And so I guess it's no secret that I do have an amendment. The amendment number is 3935, has been turned in.
We will wait a moment for it to be passed out. Senator from Montgomery, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you prefer to explain it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will explain the amendment. It's fairly straightforward. I have had the opportunity since this bill was heard in the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee to visit with several constituents in several different locations. I like this bill, so I mentioned it to in several different places. And invariably, they said that age 5 is too young, and so I would ask what age they thought was the right age. They would give me a number. And then today in caucus, there was quite a lengthy discussion on the Republican side, and so to represent those who had thoughts as far as the age should be, this amendment would increase the age. It would actually do several different things. It would increase the age that a person can purchase or purchased for them a lifetime hunting and fishing license to age 12. There would be actually 2 different brackets, age 0 through 5 years of age. The one-time fee is $300. Ages 6 through age 12, the fee would be a one-time $400. And the legislation, as it passed out of committee, says that on July the 1st, 2027, upon approval of the Wildlife and Parks Commission, such license fees may increase. Well, this allows for them to be increased by $100 for each category after July the 1st, 2027. So again, just briefly, it increases the age in which a person can purchase a lifetime hunting and fishing license for a child up to age 12, but age 6 to 12, it costs $100 more. So this sort of incentivizes parents, grandparents, and any others who wish to purchase a lifetime license for a child to do it earlier rather than later. And then, like I said, there is the opportunity after 5 years to bump that up a maximum of an additional $100. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Montgomery? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I remind the body that the number was 5 for the age in the project, but let the will decide of the people is fine. We'll live with whatever one they decide, but we consider it a friendly amendment.
Further questions? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment, the Peck Amendment. I think this will give a lot of our young individuals in this state an opportunity to get that lifetime fishing and hunting license, to set them on a path to enjoy our game and our fishing in this state. So I really urge the body to support the amendment. I think it's a good one. And Great bill. Thank you.
Further questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, on the age of this, does it make any difference what age they are? Is that conducive to what the charges are for this license, or why are we talking age?
Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I understand the question, well, rather than try to say how I understand the question, could I get the questioner to repeat his question, please?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Is the age of the applicant have anything to do with the amount of the charge for the license?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. The bill as introduced was age 5 at $300. So this adds another category, age 6 through 12, makes it $100 more, and again, incentivizes purchase of these lifetime hunting and fishing licenses at the younger age. Additionally, there are some federal funds that are pulled down over the lifetime of a person who has hunting and fishing licenses. So the extra amount is designed to make up that difference, which is just very minimal on licenses for older Kansans. But that's the reason for the difference in the fees.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what about 0 to 5 then? Is there a charge, or can they even get one?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the question was from 0 to 5, can they get the lifetime license? So that's what I'm going to answer. If that's not the question, he can restate the question after I give this answer. Of course, someone 0 to 5 years of age cannot purchase a license themselves, nor can they go hunting with loaded ammunition or live ammunition, live rounds. But this, again, is a way to incentivize parents, grandparents to go ahead and get children involved in the hunting and fishing sports at a young age.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess another question. So when I have a grandchild born here in May and I just want to get him a lifetime hunting and fishing, can I do that, and what's the cost?
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The senator from Sherman can certainly purchase for this new grandchild and any other grandchild that he would have up to the age of 12. I would urge that he not discriminate against all of his grandchildren. Sorry, I just had to throw that in. But if he were to purchase a hunting and fishing license for this new grandchild after the grandchild is born and he has the child's name, it would be $300.
Senator from
One time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the answers.
Further questions for the senator from Montgomery on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have misheard the question from the senator from Sherman, but I thought it was if I wanted to buy a license for a grandchild now, and at that point you would have to pay the regular fee for a lifetime license, which is, I should know, but somewhere between $900, $1,000. I think the senator from Montgomery can help us with that. But so what's really happening is that our Department of Wildlife and Parks gets money from the federal government that they've collected on sales of guns, sales of ammunition, sales of archery products, and they distribute fishing gear. They distribute those payments based on how many licenses you have. But the federal government requires a minimum charge for that. So at this point, the department thought $300 might work. The $400 applied because they thought that federal requirement might increase. And we want to make sure that if these licenses are purchased, then the money continues to come to the state based on those licenses. So, but my question for the senator from Montgomery would be, what is the fiscal note now on the bill? Before, they were estimating a small fiscal note of $12,300 per year, and that would be loss of federal funds.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not know the exact fiscal note, but it would still be in the 5-digit number.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did hear from the Secretary of Wildlife and Parks, and he was concerned at that time about raising the number because of the cost to the department. So this would apply to a lot more individuals for that longer time. I think since we knew that the Secretary had those numbers, we should get those before we change this with an amendment that isn't as extensive as going to 12 years of age. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Montgomery on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick question on the other end of it. I think I support this amendment. On the back, what is currently the reason for revocation or suspension of any of these licenses? I recall that there are some prohibitions for license holders if something's intervening. So I guess that's the first part of the question. The second is, if a lifetime license is acquired and then whatever term is met that causes it to be suspended, would it then be reinstated? If the maker of the amendment could share that. He doesn't have to list, Mr. Chair, all of the reasons that a license could be suspended. I'm just wondering if you buy it so young and you don't have certain responsibilities that holding that would mean, what could interrupt that lifetime registration?
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as a license that's purchased for a lifetime for a child, it would meet the same guidelines, restrictions as a lifetime license purchased today for a child or an adult. This would just lower the fee. Now, I could speculate, but rather than do that, Mr. Chairman, if the chairman of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee has an answer, I would certainly yield to him.
Does the senator from Sedgwick have an answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what his original answer was, that if it's broken, and there is a possibility it could be reinstated, but it may take a while. But that possibility does exist, depending on what the infraction was.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as losing a lifetime license, some of the things that a person could do would be to be poaching, as an example. Other crimes, I would guess, would cause him to lose a lifetime license. But to be fair to the gentleman from Wyandotte, I do not have an exact answer as to what all would cause for revocation, suspension of a hunting and fishing license.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Mr. Chair, I thank both gentlemen for their responses. I remember a great debate about the suspension of valid licenses due to license holders that had not paid their child support, for example. And even though there doesn't seem to be a direct connection, the privilege of hunting and or fishing in Kansas conferred by a license can be suspended, in fact, interrupted, and cannot be reinstated until whatever the entire debt due through child support is reinstated. So I was wondering if in the amendment we are changing that and perhaps other civil considerations, civil and or criminal considerations for license holders, and I do appreciate their weighing in on that. And again, I tend to think I support this because I imagine that this lifetime licensing that we'd be conferring would still be subject to whatever we have in law that would suspend it. The other question would be the reinstatement fee. I guess, that there is a reinstatement fee, I imagine, that would have to be implemented that this would not waive. This amendment doesn't waive if a license has been suspended, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, this amendment, this legislation does not change anything that's currently in statute as it relates to reinstatement or revocation. This just simply changes the ages and the fees that some people can receive or obtain lifetime hunting and fishing licenses at a lower fee, lower price.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thanks, Senator from Montgomery, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the conversation from the body, and I would ask that you support this amendment. I think this legislation is good. I believe the amendment makes it better because it allows us better as parents, grandparents to know if a child has a tendency or a desire to be sort of an outdoorsman, or if it's some child that we think we could probably incentivize by having a lifetime hunting and fishing license to enjoy the great outdoors here in the state of Kansas. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add that one other part of the bill is that every year the Wildlife and Parks will be required to make a reporting of how many licenses were sold and what the costs were, so we can stay on top of that. So with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2559 favorable for passage.
Senator, we are on 2456.
Okay. 2456 as amended.
You've heard the motion to pass out House Bill 2456 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2239. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. It's my understanding you have your amendments ready. Senate substitute for House Bill 2239.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't realize I would be up next, but I am ready.
We'll have you adopt the committee
report. I
report.
move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So House Bill 2239 has several elements in it. The first would be a carryover from last year, the golden years. It's a property tax freeze on low-income seniors and disabled veterans. The fiscal note on that would be approximately $12.5 million in 2023, $25 million in 2024, and $33.7 million in 25. The second section of that bill is the SALT. It's a technical issue that if you're a taxpayer and you saw what happened with the federal tax cuts in 2017, they capped your SALT, your property tax, and other deductions that you were allowed at $10,000. So what this would do is allow businesses to be able to take that income tax. They would still be paying it, but they would be able to decide whether they want to pay it through the business or through their personal income tax. The fiscal note on that was approximately $120,000. It was because the Department of Revenue thought that they would need to hire a new individual and change a software update. Another portion in the bill is the net operating loss. Again, another technical issue. The state of Kansas used to have net operating loss carry forward for 10 years. The Fed had it for 20 years. And in 2017, the federal removed it indefinitely, the carry forward limit. The state of Kansas removed it in 2021 indefinitely. And so what this amendment would do is allow individuals, when you filed your federal returns for 3 years in Kansas, If you took advantage of the federal carry forward or carry back, then, and you were not able to take the carry forward on your Kansas returns. And so this allows those individuals to go back and capture for 3 years their losses and carry them forward indefinitely. Another item in the bill was the historic hotel. If you purchased or sold a hotel in 2006 and meet very specific parameters, then you will be allowed to go back and refile your income tax and claim a deduction for that sale of that property. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions. Oh, and I have an amendment.
Let's go ahead and start with that amendment.
Thank you. I have turned it in. It's 3927, Mr. Chairman.
We'll have that handed out. Senator, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you prefer to explain?
I think I'll explain it, Mr. Chairman.
It's a popular amendment. You may continue, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the amendment is to create consistency in the language on the SALT. When this was, we had several different CPA and tax professionals looking to make sure that we had the language accurate, and this is just creating consistency within the statute. It would be considered a technical amendment by most terminology.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to rise in support of the amendment. To me, and I very much, first of all, appreciate basically leadership bringing this bill forward out of tax committee. I really want to thank the chairwoman for bringing together what I think is a vehicle, some really nice policy pieces here for consideration. To me, the underlying bill, the key things are, at least for me, Mr. Chairman, would be the what I will call the upgraded golden years. We have a standard deduction increase piece in this, and then the SALT parity is a third piece. While we don't have a lot of information yet, I do think we're going to have time between now and the veto session when this thing goes to conference committee to learn more about this. And to me, these are really three key pieces. I appreciate the chairwoman characterizing this as a technical cleanup to the SALT, so I'm sure that's going to get reviewed by the conference committee. I'd ask the body to encourage this amendment. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have a question. I'm waiting in line with my amendment.
Oh, fantastic. Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another amendment.
The number?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is Amendment 3909, and it has been turned in.
We'll have that handed out. Would you like your amendment read, or would you like to explain?
I'll explain my amendment, Mr. Chairman.
You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was brought to us late in session. It was actually Senate Bill 556. What we found out was that there were businesses that received federal aid in order to keep employees during the COVID shutdown. There were two programs that were impacted, Mr. Chairman. And what this would do is give a tax credit. For some reason, the Department of Revenue in Kansas chose to interpret the language so that they were taxed twice on the money. And the tax committee did not feel this was appropriate, and so we passed out Senate Bill 556, and I would like to put the contents of 556 into 2239. That's what the amendment does.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, if the good senator could elaborate a little bit more, is this just basically adding additional content to the underlying bill, not removing anything at this point?
Senator from Lynn.
Could he repeat the question?
Senator from Douglas.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. Just to be sure, this is just an addition of a new policy piece and does not affect the underlying contents at this point, correct?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does not impact the contents of the current 2239. What it does do is incorporate the language from Senate Bill 556.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, the good senator from Lynn, she forgets more about tax stuff than I'll ever know. But I slightly remember this, but if she could just remind the body, because I can't remember, do we know what the anticipated fiscal note of this is? Do we have any idea? Because I just can't remember what we talked about that. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fiscal note was negligible. They said they did not have any idea how many would be able to apply for this.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Okay, I'm not trying to be a stickler here, but is it negligible or is it unknown? I mean, is there a chance we get like a tsunami of claims? Or do we just have any? Because I just don't remember.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was told negligible, but I will confirm that.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I will definitely take the good chairman's word at this. I think this is policy we need to consider. Once again, I'm sure those will be going to conference committee. If there's, I remember the bill. I know there was a lot of strong support for this, particularly among our small business owners, I believe, in the hospitality industry. So let's go ahead and definitely I'll support this, and we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, I checked my notes. It does say unknown, not negligible. I have several fiscal notes in case who knows what happens with the tax bill. I want to be prepared today. So I did go back, and it does say unknown, not negligible. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. What this does in a nutshell for us lay people as myself is it corrects an error and it prevents employers from being double taxed, once as a business and second as an employee. So I do rise in support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll use the terminology that some might understand. Work Opportunity Credit, WOTC, or Employee Retention Credit is what we are adding to the language in this bill. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much.
I believe I had the floor. I was standing up right after the carrier of the bill. I have been since this entire time.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, you've been recognized. Senator from Douglas will allow others to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have. It's number 3945.
Okay. Mr. Chair, in point of information, I need to ask the Rules Committee, what is the rule? If I'm standing up right after the carrier of the bill, do I get recognized in the next order? And if I don't, I stand corrected. What is the procedure on the floor? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, you are recognized to speak on the amendment, not on the base bill. We're back to the base bill. The senator from Miami was standing. She had been recognized previously, and we are back to her.
Mr. Chairman, you recognized her only because you thought she had a comment on the amendment. She said she didn't.
And then
why
she
you would
stated
default
that she
back
was
to
going,
her when
and then she
we're back on
stated
the
that she
base
was
bill.
going to speak on
I
the bill.
am in the next line of succession to speak.
The amendment is being handed out. Senator from Miami, do you wish to explain your amendment, or would you like to have it read?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to explain my amendment. For those of you not serving on the Tax Committee, my amendment is actually the last bill that came out of Tax Committee. It had prior been House Bill 2315. What this tax bill does is, starting for the tax years of 2022, it allows any individual to make a donation toward any of our community colleges or technical colleges, including the Institution of Technology at Washburn University. There is the funds that are donated are very specific as far as how they might be used. They must be used for deferred maintenance, capital improvement, or the purchases of technology or equipment. There are sufficient guardrails. So for those tax years, no individual taxpayer's donation can exceed $500,000. At no event should the total of tax credits allowed exceed $1 million for any community college or technical college. And to add an additional guardrail, at no time shall the total of credits allowed under this exceed $7 million for each tax year for the credit that remains. Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Baumgartner amendment. She made me aware of this before she brought it to the floor. I think it's good that we have some tax credit monies at the disposal of our institutions of learning. To me, it's a pro-education vote, so I'm all for it. Thanks.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you repeat the caps on that?
Senator from Miami.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to. So the caps for each tax year, and these are tax years 2022 through 2026, the amount of such credit awarded shall not exceed $500,000, so $500,000 per tax year per taxpayer. The other cap is that the total of credits allowed shall not exceed $1 million per tax year to any one community college or technical college. And then an even more global cap is, in no event shall the total of credits exceed $7 million for each tax year that the credits remain in effect.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I close my amendment.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any questions for the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support, strong support of this bill. I think it has some great policy pieces. As I discussed earlier, it has an enhanced golden years mechanism. And for many of us, particularly Northeast Kansas, South Central, you have seen basically your valuations coming out from your tax assessor's office. Your constituents are already sweating over next year's property tax bills. The enhanced things that we have in the golden years, this is basically a beef up of what Senator Baumgartner brought on 282 earlier this year. You will like this as well. I do like the standard deduction portion of this. We did have a debate. We had a vote on a number of, well, at least I know we had a vote on the governor's income tax rebate. That went down. And I like the fact that we have some standard deduction relief in there, albeit modest, but I do think it's appropriate we have that in there because at this time, I just really don't know what is in play, Mr. Chairman, when we get towards the end of the session here, given the fact we still have the Apex deal hanging out and that we have like, $1 billion we're supposedly going to put into shore up capers. I don't know really how much money is left for Joe and Jane citizens, so I like that piece of it as well. I do like the salt parity portion of this, is because although that could be expensive from a standpoint of the state having to build a new system to monitor that, there has been strong interest, Mr. Chairman, from our businesses on looking at that closer. I think we'll have more information. But, Mr. Chairman, I still would be remiss. I think we need to have at least a few more debates here. And with that, I'd like to introduce an amendment. The amendment is number 3902, and I'll bring it over.
The amendment has not been turned in. We will pause while the senator turns in his amendment.
Just give them a minute just to disseminate that from the desk. That'd be great. Thank you.
That's what we'll do. Would you like to have your amendment read, or would you prefer to describe it?
I can go ahead and start describing the amendment.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to go harken back to my comments. We have yet to discuss, I think, all policy pieces on this floor. And I do thank the good Senator Teichman. She brought, and the legislative leadership actually had us have a debate today on property tax policy. That's a bill we dispensed with earlier today. I appreciate that opportunity to have that. Also have the leadership is always to have a debate on income tax. And we're having that debate now too. And I want to basically have a little bit of a debate on basically something for our veterans. And I bring this bill forward because it truly has nexus with the underlying bill on the golden years, because we remember the golden years, it's all about basically our seniors and it's about our disabled vets. Mr. Chairman, I thought the Senator Peck and others did an incredibly good job this year when they brought together basically a bill and basically helping our veterans. And what this bill does is, Mr. Chairman, it basically would provide basically a credit, okay, on all sales of food and food ingredients, grooming and hygiene products and household personal products to persons who are residents of the state and have been honorably discharged from active service in any branch of the armed forces of the United States and who are certified by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs to be and receive disability compensation at the 100% rate, provided that disability was permanent and is sustained through military action or accident. Basically, what it's going to allow these 100% disabled veterans who were basically disabled on the battlefield is have a complete sales tax exemption on certain items. And I thought it was really incredible the way that Senator Peck put this bill together. This is his work product, and there were a number of other senators. I don't mean to take away from them, but there are a number of other senators that basically did this. Basically, my understanding of the bill, and there are others much more qualified to speak on this, they actually are provided with some sort of a card, and basically can be given to retailers, and so basically the complete sales tax exemption is recognized. Now, that's basically the amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I think it's really important that we do this for our veterans. This is our veterans. These are our veterans who are 100% disabled. They've been wounded on the battlefield. This is a complete sales tax exemption for certain items. The good senator, and I shouldn't be calling him by name, I guess is this thing, I'm sorry. But the good senator from Montgomery, he put a lot of time into this, and this was a bipartisan effort of senators across the aisle to put this together. With that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was reading through the amendment, and I don't know that the language is correct, but it probably is close enough. This has been an issue that's been near and dear to me for many years. I introduced legislation last session. It was introduced with several co-sponsors from this body. It was bipartisan, and it would show appreciation to our disabled military veterans who are disabled due to their service in the United States Armed Forces. My idea for this legislation comes from primarily Oklahoma, but other states do have the same type of benefits for disabled veterans. In Oklahoma, if you are a disabled veteran, 100% disabled, you pay no taxes. And I don't mean just sales tax, and I don't mean just income tax. Sales, income, property, vehicle, any kind of taxes are pretty much waived for disabled veterans in the state of Oklahoma. Interestingly, in putting together the bill, which is, if you want to look at it online, it's Senate Bill 180. Senate Bill 180 would, in the state of Kansas, we've got in round numbers 6,500 100% disabled veterans. According to the Department of Revenue, the average family in the state of Kansas spends $60,000 a year. Of that $60,000, $25,000 of those purchases are sales taxable, and we have a cap in this, in the 180, which I also saw in the amendment of $35,000. So it would make certain that whatever our disabled veterans need to purchase that falls in this category is sales tax exempt. And so it would do a special thing. So I appreciate the amendment. I hope it goes forward because it's something we should do for Kansas veterans to show our appreciation. And so I am pleased that this is finally getting to the floor of the Senate, and I would ask for your support on this amendment because it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a great idea. It serves a great purpose. No one deserves this more than our veterans, especially our disabled veterans. Unfortunately, this amendment, no disrespect to the carrier of the amendment and the good senator from Montgomery that worked hard on this legislation, but I am going to challenge germaneness because this is a sales tax, and the underlying bill talks about income tax and property tax.
May I respond?
The germaneness of the bill has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene. Ruling from the Rules Committee, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Upon review by the Rules Committee, we find that the amendment does deal with a different topic or subject, sales tax versus property tax. The amendment requires a change in the bill title, and we therefore rule the amendment non-germane.
The ruling of the Rules Chair is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the
Mr.
bill.
Chairman, I want to challenge
Chair
germaneness.
recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to challenge the ruling of the committee.
The ruling of the Rules Committee has been challenged. Okay. A yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote overturns the ruling of the chair of the committee. All those in favor?
Mr. Chairman, is this a debatable motion, please?
It is a debatable motion.
I'd like to debate.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the greatest of respect being extended to the Rules Committee, we need to talk about germaneness in a couple different levels here. First of all, if you look at the underlying bill, okay, it's a mishmash of different subject matter. Yes, it's all roughly related to income tax. But the strapping on of this is the military. And make no mistake, Mr. Chairman, disabled vets, that's a key piece called out in that golden years portion of that bill. I would argue, Mr. Chairman, that germaneness stems from a tax benefit to our veterans. Tax benefits for veterans. This is what this is about. So that's my legal argument, Mr. Chairman. But let's take a step back. Let's talk about basically the moral and the right, the ethical germaneness argument. These are our veterans who are 100% disabled. They have broken their bodies in the duty to America. And let's look about what we have done so far this session as far as providing tax relief to our citizens. Mr. Chairman, we founded out $1.6 billion to an unknown corporation. Don't know where that deal sits. On top of that deal, we added another $50 million corporate income tax cut. And don't get me wrong, Mr. Chairman, I love Senate Bill 282 because it's got a little bit of homestead property tax relief. There's some other good pieces in there. But Mr. Chairman, we continue as a body to give away literally hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. We're going to put it in capers. We're going to put it here. We're going to put it there. We're going to sew it up. We're not going to give it to the people of Kansas. Now, this is the last day, in my mind, of our regular session. And outside of 282 and whatever happens to this bill, we haven't done diddly dink. And if this body can be so cold and calculating and heartless as to not to give our veterans a sales tax exemption 100% on essential toiletries and purchases, come on. I would say our values in this chamber are not germane if we don't allow this to go through. Now, the session's late. Let's let this go on for our vets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further debate on the motion. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This issue has been very near and dear to me for some period of time. I understand the ruling of the Rules Chair, the Rules Committee. I'm not going to vote on this issue because of the fact that I guess I would have to agree that it's sales versus income and property. One reason this is so near and dear to me, a dear friend of mine who has been a supporter of mine for many years, I won't give you his last name, his first name is Roger. Roger was alive when I introduced Senate Bill 180, but Roger's not alive today. He was a 100% disabled veteran. Another gentleman who I didn't know his name, but had visited with a lot and over coffee, as part of an older men's coffee group. When I introduced this legislation, he was alive. He's no longer with us today. We're losing our disabled veterans fairly quickly. So I'm not saying this to try to sway how you vote, whether to uphold or not uphold the Rules Committee's ruling, because sadly I would have to agree with it. But I am going to abstain from voting because I would like to see us do this for our disabled veterans. So I'm going to leave it to the will of the body. I appreciate the fight that my colleague from across the aisle from Douglas has put up on my behalf, actually, and on behalf of disabled veterans. But I just thought I would stand up because this, like I said, has been something I introduced as a House member, and I introduced over here. I've been pushing it for quite some time. I've been talking about it for years, how Kansas should do this. I believe maybe we'll have another opportunity. I don't know that, but I would like to see this accomplished this year or next year at the very latest. And if we don't get it accomplished this year, I think because the fact it's been to the floor and the body has heard this issue, it'll probably make it a little bit easier to get it accomplished during the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Been around here for a long time, and I've watched a lot of germaneness rules. It's interesting how we've gotten to where we use the adjective rather than the subject. The subject is tax. Tax. Okay, let's identify different taxes, property, income, sales, we can go on. But the subject matter is tax. We're dealing with tax issues. I'm going to vote no, because I believe when you put tax issues together, you've got multiple tax issues together in this bill, and tax is the germaneness issue. The senator from Douglas identified the veterans issues in this legislation that make it germane. We've gotten to where we use the committee in a way that I watched the House use it. We didn't always work by a committee to make that. The chair made that ruling prior to Senator Wagle taking the presidency, and she always was proud, we're going to make this more like the House. And the chairman would have to make his ruling. But just for grammatical reasons, I'm standing up to explain the subject is tax. Identifiers are property, income, and sales, and we're choosing to say, oh, it's got to be within this qualifying measure rather than the subject matter. So, I just had to say that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Further debate on the challenge. Chair recognizes the Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please explain to the body the vote and what a vote?
The question before us is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? A yes vote sustains the ruling of the Rules Committee. A no vote would overturn the ruling of the Rules Committee that it is not germane. Further debate. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think it is unfortunate with the ruling. I did serve on the Judiciary Committee, on our Tax and Assessment Committee for the multiple years of hearings on this particular base bill that has been brought forward. I know we're talking about overturning. I think it's important for the body to know that this isn't the last train out today on this particular issue. And I think it's important for the body to know that last year we were told by Revenue that we couldn't do it. There wasn't a way to figure out how to do it. And I commend Revenue, the Department of Revenue, because this year they helped us start to move forward in finding a way to help our disabled veterans. We're not there yet. So the two other paths that I see out, if we rule to uphold the Rules Committee, is we can ask and go through that legislative process to pull that base bill, Senate Bill 180, up above the line and have the debate here on the floor. The other opportunity is right to my left, we have the Chair of Ways and Means, and we can certainly clamor to him and say, we want a proviso that includes this. We know what the cost is. We can say to him, this is something that we, the Senate, wants to do, wants to make sure the House joins in us in recognizing our veterans. So I will uphold the path of our Rules Committee, but I think it's important for this body to know that the train hasn't left the station yet. We still have 2 other paths to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's times like this you see it's when the rules matter, right? It's not about the validity of the amendment or the emotional appeal or whether that particular piece of legislation has merit. We're a body of order. We're a body of rules. That's why we have that. Otherwise, you have chaos. Or you hear interruptions of the chair and contestation. This is why we have a Rules Committee. And the committee has been very consistent. You can't, okay, the subject matter is tax. But if you go to that breadth, was the subject matter legislation? So pick your big ticket item. Tax is so broad, it could be endless. And the games are bridges, right? I mean, that's what the game of play is. So it's about the rules. It's about the rule of order. So no one should feel that a vote to sustain the rules chair is in any way a statement against or for the underlying amendments. It's just a state that we believe in order and rules. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further debate on the challenge of the Rules Committee ruling that the motion is not germane. Seeing none, the question before us, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? Again, a yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote overrules the ruling of the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it. The ruling is sustained. A roll call has been requested. Not seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust-Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to explain my vote. This vote was not on whether we want that legislation or not. I absolutely want a sales tax relief for disabled veterans. What this was on procedure. The bill is about income tax. And I would remind the body that a couple weeks ago, we were debating a bill on income tax. And there was an amendment offered that would have been sales tax. And one from the minority party challenged that germaneness, and the rules ruled it not germane, and there was no challenge to the Rules Committee. We move forward now with another topic, and the challenge comes. Therefore, I sustain the rule of the chair. Thank you.
Any further explanations? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I do thank the body for the debate. I'm not trying to show any disrespect to Senate Republican leadership in having this debate and challenge the ruleness. But we have a basic fundamental problem with the process. I don't recall ever having a debate on sales tax this year yet. Did I miss something, Mr. Chairman? Where were the sales tax vehicles that we had a chance to talk about this? The problem with the process is when you don't allow things to come across the Senate floor in an orderly fashion as they ripen and mature from the committees, okay, the will, the voice of the people are being ignored. And as I bored you all with details before, I was at least at 2 different places where I have citizens tell me, when are y'all going to pass the sales tax cut on food? Tick tock, tick tock. I appreciate the body's indulgence. I do appreciate the underlying work of the bill. I mean, no disrespect towards it. I think we got a great policy piece here. I do just encourage the body to support the 2239 components. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With permission, I would like to join the senator from Lynn in her remarks.
If it's okay with the senator from Lynn, so ordered. Further explanations of vote, changes of vote. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to request that the senator from Douglas brought his comments regarding this. I'm one of the few, as you know, one of the few legally trained in the chamber, and I always support or have supported the Rules Committee. It's the first time in a long time that I have voted not to support the ruling of the Rules Committee on any measures, many of which I have lost for germaneness. But I think the comments by the senator from Douglas regarding this procedure and what is sometimes the bully pulpit and the utilization for what policies are determined is readily apparent. And the time is nigh, the hour is upon us to fish or cut bait. And so I hope the senator from Douglas will at least abbreviate and offer some written explanation for why I and very few others would vitiate a long-standing policy of respecting rules, because rules that undermine this process and undermine what we should be doing as a body should be not followed anyway.
Further changes of votes, explanations of votes. The chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's tough to make some decisions up here, but with the permission of the senator from Lynn, the Tax Committee Chair, I would like to join her explanation of vote, and therefore I will change my pass vote to a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A yes sustains the ruling, a no overturns the ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I told you this was a tough vote for me to make. So I vote aye. Thank you.
So ordered. Further changes or explanations? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 26 having voted in favor, 9 against, the motion fails. We are back on Senate substitute for House Bill 2239. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon.
Sure, why not?
Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions for the carrier of the bill. The first is, I've been trying to add up in my head, but my math is not so good. Could she tell us what the fiscal note of this bill might be up to now?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did miss a piece of the bill when I was explaining it, the standard deduction. It increases the standard deduction by 10%. Last year, we increased it by $500 per individual, per marriage filing jointly. This year, we took a percentage. I can give you those numbers if you would like. The committee, it is married filing jointly would go to $10,000 from $8,000. Single would go from $3,500 to $4,375, and head of household goes from $6,000 to $75K. With all that combined, golden years, the fiscal note was changed just before we came to the floor. It's approximately $66 million.
Senator from Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So $66 million includes everything that's in the bill, but we may have additional amendments coming. I want to give the tax committee a lot of credit. They work diligently on these tax bills. There's often many components. Oftentimes they work for or against each other. They're difficult. But I've also noticed that it's one of our favorite activities is to figure out where we can cut taxes, where we can return money to the taxpayers. Sometimes that's a little bit like I would call this little hotel deal a carve out that maybe only affects 1 or 2 people. Sometimes it affects only veterans. Sometimes it affects others. Sometimes it's all encompassing. I think it's all good activity. But I also remember our debate yesterday about cutting our revenue off with a constitutional amendment. And I also remember last year when we took a $110 million tax cut bill and blew it up to $800 million on the floor. And we all loved that. But I don't know how we do both. And that's why I opposed 1620 yesterday. That's why I opposed 1620 today. I don't know how you can vote for both. Because Senator Billinger and you, Mr. Chair, are going to have nothing to do in Ways and Means. We won't need a tax committee in the future because we can't raise taxes and we won't be able to afford to cut taxes. I guess they can have presentations. So once again, here we are with choices. So I'm going to support this bill because I'm not going to support 1620, and I would urge the body to do both.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond. The senator from Miami's amendment did increase the fiscal note by $7 million. It had a $7 million fiscal cap, so that would take us up to $73 million on this. I would also remind the body that the bill that passed out of here was less than $500 million last year. It did include cutting income tax on Social Security and all retirement income. And it had some other really good things in the bill. However, what we came back from conference and was agreed on by this body in the House and not by the governor, we had to do a veto override in order to get any tax cut. It was an approximately $90 million fiscal note. The story doesn't end there, though. The governor said that we were reckless in passing that legislation. And we have had record returns on revenue. I hate that term. It's not revenue. The state's not making money. They're taking taxpayer-earned money. So we return $90 million, and we are exceeding, I think in February it was $1.3 billion over estimates. And here we are asking to cut taxes a minimal minimal amount. I would love to see so much more tax legislation in this, but because of what passed in the budget last week, we have to be realistic as to what we can afford. But I support this legislation, and I support the legislation that we passed last year, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that you will support the constitutional amendment for 1620, because taxpayers deserve an opportunity to vote on whether they think it should be 2/3 this body increasing their taxes or just a simple majority of the body.
Further questions for the Senator from Lytton, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I do have an amendment, and I've turned it in. It's number 3940, and I think I will be able to explain it.
We'll pause for a moment while it's handed out. Senator, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start by saying that the fiscal note should be negligible, because this is an amendment that would add essentially a checkoff for individuals that as part of their Kansas state tax returns. And these checkoffs would be for the 14 Kansas historic sites and more, if we're able to add any. So it would allow an individual to, when they're paying their taxes or reducing their tax return, to designate $1, $5, $10, or another number to a particular historic site number. I did testify in front of the tax committee in favor of the bill that they were considering, Senate Bill, I believe 514, and that passed out of the tax committee. This is an opportunity to add it into the mix, and I represent the community of Lecompton, and the territorial capital in Lecompton is one of these historic sites. I know those individuals would appreciate this opportunity, as I believe others would. In my testimony, I said one of the most fun things about this is we would have a list of the Kansas historic sites on our tax return. And hopefully, in addition to allowing contributions, that would give people some ideas of good places to visit.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This language looks familiar. I would ask the carrier, is it Senate Bill 514?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the number that I thought it was when I was testifying on it, so I see that as confirmation and what I had explained already.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would certainly appreciate the support of this body in allowing this easy way to make contributions to our Kansas historic sites. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. Division's been requested. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. I saw hands going up. Apologies. Division it is. Everyone in favor of the bill, please stand. I'm sorry, amendment. All right, you may sit. All those opposed, please stand. On a division vote of 18 to 12, the motion carries. We are back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There might have been some confusion on that last amendment. The reason I asked if it was Senate Bill 514, the Senate Tax Committee did pass that out. What it does is it allows taxpayers, when they're filling out their form, to donate to a museum. It doesn't, it's a wash fiscal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, I feel like something needs to be addressed because we had a few comments that would kind of propose this false choice a few moments ago on this bill, and you can be comfortable. I heard somebody said they remembered a discussion about cutting off our revenues. I don't remember that discussion, and nobody in this room can honestly remember that discussion because it didn't happen. Resolution 1620 is us voting to allow the people to have a say in how they want us to handle tax rate increases. Has nothing to do with how much revenue comes in. If you want to raise our sales tax from 6.5 or up, it takes a supermajority. That, if the amendment passes, it's the people's choice. If you want to raise our income tax from 5.7, something higher, it takes a supermajority. Just like it takes a supermajority to override a veto, it takes a supermajority to pass a constitutional amendment. The people have chosen to make that a stipulation, and we asked them for that. It is a false choice to say, you can't vote for this piece of legislation. I plan to vote for that, and not vote for a constitutional amendment to allow the population to have a say in how we handle our business. It does not cut off our revenues, doesn't short anybody in any aspect of the government. You can spend more money on transportation, you can spend more money on education, you can spend more money on whatever you want. But it takes a supermajority to raise the rate. It should be difficult to take money from our people, take away their pursuit of happiness. So that was a false choice. I don't buy into it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vote for the bill.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn regarding Senate substitute for House Bill 2239. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments. I actually got a little excited when I saw the SALT change, and then I realized it was not going to affect me, just businesses, but that's okay. That's kind of what happens in this chair. We do a lot of things for special interests in certain groups, and I want to commend the chair for passing out a bill on sales tax on food. I wish we were debating that on the floor, but we're not. I have committed to my constituents that I am not supporting anything until we're able to have relief for all Kansans. So I didn't support the budget because I didn't see that it allowed for it. And there are a lot of good provisions in this, but until we get a vote on sales tax on food, I will be a no.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond to those last comments. There is something in this bill for everyone. It may not be obvious to individuals. Yes, SALT does help businesses, which helps people keep jobs, which helps our Kansas economy. The standard deduction increase, last year it was $500. This year, 10%. We're going in the right direction. I could go on. The day's late and we have many more bills. Mr. Chairman and the body, I ask that you stand in support of Senate substitute for House Bill 2239. And I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2239 favorably for passage, as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Body, we will now turn our attention back to HCR 5014. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren is standing. We will recognize the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment and I've turned it in. I think I can explain it.
Can you give us the number?
Oh, I can. 3942.
We'll pause for a moment while it's handed out. You may continue explaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So HCR 5014, as we know, is a constitutional amendment. My amendment to that does not change at all the wording that would go on the ballot, except for the explanatory statement for a vote against this proposition. The way it reads now would be a vote against this proposition would allow state executive branch agencies and officials to continue adopting rules and regulations that have the force and effect of law without any opportunity for the legislature to directly revoke or suspend such rules or regulations. To me, it's worrisome because I understand we have individuals that distrust government, and this is essentially saying we have a branch of government that it does not have to follow the laws. It's clear in the beginning that it says, this is line 14, whenever the legislature by law has authorized the adoption of rules and regulations. So this amendment would add, after saying, without any opportunity for the legislature to directly revoke or suspend such rules and regulations, the wording other than to supersede such rules and regulations by enacting legislation. So it leaves the wording as is, except for that it does explain the legislature can still act, but it would do that through enacting legislation. I stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, just a comment on the amendment. The amendment changes the changes the resolution in a way that would effectively kill the resolution. The resolution has passed the House and awaits adoption by this chamber. With this change, which does change the explanatory statement, would require it being sent back to the House. It passed the House already, and I suggest that we adopt the resolution as it was passed by the House and put it on Kansans ballots. And with that, then, I stand opposed to the amendment and would ask that the body not support it. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to rise quickly in support of this amendment. I think it does grant greater transparency to the voters of our great state towards what the amendment's actually doing. I don't think the argument that it has to get approved by the other chamber is really a solid argument when it comes to making the right resolutions and constitutional amendments, as well as enhancing that voting process. We aim to do the best job we can, and I'll support my colleague in using her special and unique abilities to find those details that will actually improve the legislation and resolutions that we have. So I'll rise in support of this.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that people want to move legislation on, but I think it's a new argument that we should pass something that the House has given us because they've sent it over, and we shouldn't take a look at it, see what we think about it, and see if we believe that it can be improved. Again, I'm very concerned that this, because it's the last thing that you're going to read, says there is without any opportunity for the legislature to directly revoke or suspend such rules and regulations. That wording is precise and was probably chosen because it used the word directly. But indeed, the legislature has a way, I mean, you can't leave that word out because it says without any opportunity for the legislature to revoke or suspend. That's not true. It's just that it's directly. So adding, I understand that the people that put this together carefully chose those words, so I did not change those words. I'm just asking to add, other than to supersede such rules and regulations by enacting legislation, so that we are letting the citizens who are voting know that we do have a way that we could make those changes. I move my amendment, and I ask for a roll call vote.
You've heard the motion. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays,
No.
Orson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I cast a vote of no.
So recorded. Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Vote no.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you hold the roll for Senator until she gets back?
Do you have an ETA on the senator from Sedgwick? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you very much. I don't wish to explain my vote, but I did cast my vote standing over there, and I should have been in my chair. My vote doesn't change. I just wanted to abide by the rules.
We appreciate your self-reporting of the violation. Does any senator wish to explain or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "11 having voted in favor and 27 against, the motion fails. We are back on the resolution. Questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren. Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the body for the robust debate. This is an important resolution that Kansans should decide. And with your vote yes for the resolution, you will be allowing Kansans that opportunity to vote and have a say in the legislative policy making that our legislature engages in. And before we leave the amendment, I wanted to remind the body that, before we leave the resolution, wanted to remind the body that it was brought to the legislature with broad support across the state. From the Kansas Livestock Association, the Kansas Agribusiness Retailers Association, the Kansas Grain and Feed Association, Renew Kansas Biofuels Association, the Attorney General, the Kansas Bankers Association, the Kansas Cooperative Council, and the Kansas Chamber and Americans for Prosperity. There were no neutral or opponent testimony provided. This is a good resolution for our state moving forward, a resolution that we need in this state as we see unelected bureaucrats making decisions that belong in the legislative body to make those policy decisions. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would ask the body to support the resolution and move that when the committee rises and reports, it report HCR 5014 favorably for adoption.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now return to Senate substitute for House Bill 2056. The senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, is standing. We will recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, who was waiting on an amendment.
Excuse me. Thank you. I do have a few concerns with this bill, and I do want to ask a couple of questions, if I may. Can you remind the body as far as, and just a quick refresher maybe, this is an elections bill. that has several different components to it. And during the hearing, there was an example mentioned of problems with drop boxes. Can you remind the body where those problems were?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
You know, I don't remember in the hearing. Couple of things I remember hearing there's two different bills and we put them together. The Election Day bill, one of the problems was, you know, sometimes the mail doesn't always get there. So that's one of the reasons why we added UPS and FedEx. The Dropbox piece, you know, I've heard from a lot of constituents that the challenges are, you know, for example, in the election, the last election, the school election, that there was a drop box and the votes weren't counted until the next day. I don't know if they said them ballots were locked up, but the cameras didn't have good visual, is my understanding, so they couldn't see the people dropping the ballots in. One of the pieces we put in our Dropbox piece is needs to be a good camera angle. Also, I wanted to put the disclaimer in there so people knew how many ballots they could drop in the Dropbox at one time and not be violating the law and what the law, you know, the statute, if they did violate it, what the fence could be. I don't know if that's what you're looking at or I don't know if that helps out.
Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. There are several components to this bill. Changes in regard to the number of drop boxes, changes to the return of advance voting, the advance voting period itself, signage requirements, video requirements. And at the heart of this, there are many changes here and proposals that have been made despite the fact that our Secretary of State office has said several times that our elections were secure. And the instances mentioned with the Dropbox situations were very rare, and the one particular that was cited several times wasn't even in Kansas or in the Midwest. And there was an issue mentioned regarding an election in Olathe that changed, and that was an issue of a candidate prematurely declaring victory before all ballots were counted. Nothing wrong with the process per se, just likely a new candidate who is unfamiliar with the steps taken in counting ballots. The fact of the matter is, this bill and these provisions have really nothing to do with elections in Kansas, which again, our Secretary of State has indicated several times were secure. I do have an amendment, and I do want to mention, and first of all, my apologies to the chair that I was not able to bring forward this particular amendment as a bill during hearings for federal and state, as this proposal just recently came. And it came through a conversation with a constituent of mine who is very, very much a supporter of the Convention of States. And as you all are likely aware, the Convention of States has been a hot topic for several years as the talk of term limits has enticed voters across the nation. Additionally, the effect of dark money and special interest groups concerns our citizens. And talking with this particular constituent last week, who again is a big supporter of the Convention of States, we found many areas of agreement and that we feel there should be term limits, and also feel special interest money can have a very negative effect on legislators. So with his input, we developed a proposal. This is not a term limit per se. Essentially, it's up to the legislator. And here's how it works. A member of the Senate would be eligible for election to a third or any subsequent consecutive term of office.
Senator, are you explaining your amendment?
I'm giving a little bit of an overview.
Can we pass out the amendment?
Sure.
Do you have the number?
The amendment has been handed in.
Yeah, do you have the number?
Oh, yes, I do. It is 3936.
Hand that out and then you can continue.
Can I continue explaining, or we're close enough?
Let's let the noise subside. Okay, go ahead.
No? Okay, thank you. Again, if you love Convention of States and the proposals put forward there, this should be right up your alley. So here's how it works. A member of the Senate would be eligible for election to a third or any subsequent consecutive term of office if such member satisfies the contribution threshold of 70% of funds raised from people, with 30% raised from PACs or businesses. A member of the House of Representatives would be eligible for election to a fourth or any subsequent consecutive terms if they met the 70-30 threshold. Eligibility for upcoming terms would be based upon fundraising results of preceding term. Each senator would have a freebie with their first term. No thresholds. Reps would have 2 freebies. Per the bill language, the Governmental Ethics Commission shall determine if members of the Senate and House of Representatives satisfy the threshold on or before March 10th. It's self-limiting. A legislator can decide if they prefer to be tied to PACs and special interest groups or the people. I've always said the best ideas come from the people. I continue to believe that as this proposal was developed in a friendly, bipartisan fashion, it contains language before us that satisfies what Convention of States wants to do. So I would propose we do what the people have asked. Let's strike the current language of this bill and replace it with the contents of this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as much as I really want to vote on this, because I do support it. Matter of fact, I actually introduced a bill almost similar, not really, but it listed out the number of years of service, which could be a conditional term limit. But the underlying bill deals with drop boxes. This deals with elections of an individual running for office. So I am going to challenge germaneness.
The germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene. For a ruling from the Rules Committee, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Rules Committee was unanimous in the fact that it was non-germane, does not deal with a different topic or subject, does not unreasonably unduly expand the subject of the bill. Would the amendment require a change to the business title? Yes, and the list goes on. It's non-germane.
The ruling is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. And again, my apologies to the kind chair. Like I said, this is an idea that came about just last week talking to a constituent who is a supporter of Convention of States. So I am hopeful, based upon some of the feedback, that we can get something scheduled to take a look at this type of a framework in regard to term limits and limiting the money from outside interest groups, which is something that the people really are concerned about. Again, there are several provisions in this particular bill that are concerning in regard to the change in the ballot boxes, the time frame, the advanced voting period, just several things put in here that cause a lot of issues and make voting much more difficult for constituents, for voters. With that, I would yield to the senator from Douglas County.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're back on the bill, and it does start with the statement, this is new section 1 on line 9, that a county election office shall only use remote ballot boxes in accordance with this section, and a county election office may designate and use not more than one remote ballot box for each election, except if a county has a population of more than 30,000 registered voters, they may designate and use one for every 30,000 registered voters in such county. So does that mean if you have 45,000, then you have one, but you wouldn't be able to have a second?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
The way I read, if you have 45,000, then you would have two. You'd have the one for the county, and then you'd have the second 30. This is a similar version of what California and Colorado, I believe Florida has. We needed to find a way to put a amount in there. One thing about Kansas, we really didn't have any policies on drop boxes. And so when we did the drop box portion, I did a research of all the states that did have different standards and how they were set up. And so then we wanted to also put the security provisions in, but we, without this, they weren't legal drop boxes without this bill. They've just been put in, and there's no statutory authority to have them, actually.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the wording is a little confusing because it says if a county has a population of more than 30,000 registered voters, the county election office for such county may designate and use one remote ballot box for every 30,000 registered voters. So if you had 45,000 voters, you would not have 30,000 times 2. So I'm surprised by that answer. So I appreciate learning as well that the senator from Johnson looked at what was happening in other states. Did he look at what was happening in Kansas and how many drop boxes each county now is using?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for jumping ahead. We requested this information that you've got. It took quite some time to get it. So I already had the other information. But once I got it, I incorporated it into my research. I realized, there's no standard set in Kansas. So, we were putting in as many drop boxes as we want. each election officer was doing it different. We're trying to create uniformity here, and we're also trying to give a sense of security to our elections, trying to create policy that every individual has security, that every drop box has the proper cameras, has the proper information, how many ballots they can drop off, you know, how many people in each county per the second drop box and the third and the fourth. Actually, in my community, I believe we'd either gain a drop box. I'm not for sure. I'd have to go back and count. No intention of doing that, but when I looked across the country, that 30,000 mark was a really good number and reasonable number, and so you know, I latched onto that, and so, yeah.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's true probably that Johnson County, Shawnee County are two of the counties that may be able to add a drop box under this, but could the senator from Johnson tell us how many counties would have to reduce the number of drop boxes they've used?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and study the list as well as you will. I'm trying to set uniformity up across the state and when a second drop box would be required and try to make it more uniform across the state where every county's playing by the same rules, where people are not second guessing if there was problems with the elections, what's the rules, what's the process, and so that's what I did here. I don't know if that answers your question, but as I said, I got this list probably a day or two before I was going to run my amendment, and I asked for that list, I bet you a week or 10 days before. It took them quite some time to get it together. But I was able to get what other states were doing, very comfortable with what the other states are doing. I think that fits right in with what we should be doing. And so we tried to create some good policy for Kansans, uniform across the state.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent parts of two counties, Douglas and Jefferson. They are not uniform. So Douglas County has most of its population in Lawrence, and then has some other smaller communities, Baldwin, Eudora, Lecompton. Jefferson County has 8, has much less population, but 8 cities. And in addition to having those cities spread out across the county, there's a large reservoir, Perry Lake, right in the middle of the county, which makes it harder to drive from one side of the county to the other. So in the situation, again, of Jefferson County, Oskaloosa has the county courthouse, but it is not the most populous city in that county. Valley Falls is. So all of a sudden, we have a ruling because we want a certain number that's quote unquote fair that will impact our counties very differently. So I did ask the Sergeant of Arms to have this information distributed so that each senator can look and see how many drop boxes their county clerks are currently using. I also know that the Secretary of State's office volunteered to help with putting together some uniform rules that every county would follow. But instead, we have this bill that is in front of us now. So I'm concerned about those numbers. And so the senator from Johnson talked about that he wanted these to be safe, he wanted them to be secure. the number of drop boxes that you have, if they all have the video camera, does the number make it more or less safe or secure?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Can you restate that question?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the number of drop boxes you have in a county make it more or less, make each of those drop boxes more or less secure?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Well, I just looked at other states and what they were doing. They seem, state right next door, it's got rural areas, it's got populated areas. Colorado, it has the same 30,000 as we do. I thought that sounds pretty reasonable. There's rural areas, there's non-rural areas. Safe as long as there's a camera, as long as all the proper identification and everything's done right. I deem any of them to be safe. If they're not done right, if the camera's not working or that, then it wouldn't be safe. So I don't know. I mean, I think Colorado is right next door, has the 30,000 number. I think it's a reasonable number. I mean, we tried to look on the election day portion of the bill. We want election day to be election day. We realize there's ballots that come in 3 days after. One of the persons I was talking to today says the way the post office stamps its mail is different. It's harder to tell what day it was actually mailed. I don't know about that. That's something I got to check into, but we added 3 days on. It pushed everything back. That's one of the things we heard in the hearing. Another thing was sometimes the post office doesn't always get it there on time. What about these other options allowing FedEx and UPS? Well, I worked at UPS and I have a lot of confidence in their security. I know you're not going to just be able to slide a handful of ballots through the front door there. I actually worked in loss preventions, which they are kind of the inside security. So, we added them. We tried to listen to the concerns and add them. I think what we did here was try to create some uniformity across the state in the number of drop boxes, which I thought we did a pretty good job. So,
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize there is a lot in this bill, so maybe I'll just go ahead and go through some of the other concerns because the senator from Johnson is answering or explaining a lot beyond the individual questions that I've tried to ask. So I understand, and he's talked about the video surveillance, and that makes sense to record tampering of a Dropbox. At this point, the ballots are still connected to names. So if you put an advance ballot in, you're going to have it in an envelope, and your name's going to be on that so that the county clerk can record that you voted. So you're not going to know who dropped which ballot in that box. So there's a couple of concerns I have. If somebody wanted to drop off more ballots than allowed, they could just go and use the post office. If someone was worried about seeing your face, and even if the video camera is pointed to your face, remember this is close to Halloween. We could all be wearing masks. So I do not understand some of those requirements. I did hear from the county clerk from Jefferson County, and she told me that she does have video cameras on the boxes in Jefferson County, but they're not positioned to clearly show the face. She would have to install new cameras to capture the face. She went on to say one of the reasons that she put those in was for the convenience of the voter, being able to drop off their ballot after hours. If the box can't be open after hours, she's asking what is the point of having the box at all? In Jefferson County, she has one box outside the courthouse and one box inside that courthouse. So another thing that the senator from Johnson mentioned was the moving of the days. He said, you know, we moved it up, so they're not counting ballots that come in after Election Day. But what that's done to the calendar is mean that this starts on a Saturday. So if you look on page 4, starting on line 19, it says, you know, it's the county election officer or voting ballots transmitted to the voter in person in the office of the county election officer shall be filed between 10 days prior to such election and 12 noon on the day preceding such election. And this is wording that's different from on the Tuesday preceding and on each subsequent business day. Does this change mean our county clerks are going to have to keep their offices open on that Saturday and Sunday? That is a question for the senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this, I do see that as I will fix that in conference and make sure we make that business days. We were trying to put 3 days back in the bill because we heard we would take up to 3 days after the election ballots. So we were trying to add 3 more days back in. So I was just notified that we will have to fix that. We can do that in conference by making them business days.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping that the senator from Johnson can share his wording that he would be using in that conference committee. So when we vote on this bill, we know if it's extending the time even more, because the way those days have been moved, it now covers 2 weekends instead of just 1. So the using business days could also create a bit of concern. So why are the voting ballots that are returned using a remote ballot box preserved separately?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
My thinking is if there's any challenges there, we know it's in that group of ballots. Every ballot will be counted, but it'll just be preserved separately in each ballot box.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you've ever been in an election office where the night of the election and they're feeding lots of ballots in to the machines for tabulation, and you're saying all these certain sets of ballots have to be kept separately, you are adding a lot of work for those election workers who are trying to count that. And so does this mean you're going to keep them separately every time you've picked them up from the box? Because one of the things that is very helpful to our voters is county election officers are coming by and picking up these ballots and entering the identification of the voters so that they can check on a website to find out if the county election officer has received their vote. So then are these ballots like one set, or you keep them by the ballot box, or how does all this happen?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Each day they would be preserved separately. I don't know if that answers your question.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It did answer my question, and it just explained to me how much additional work we are now counting to keep each set of those ballots separate. We don't have any names. what information could we gain later from having those ballots separate and not just letting them count them all together to report the number of advanced ballots?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I don't know. It's just how we decided in committee to keep the ballots separate. Every ballot will be counted. So we just wanted to be able to preserve them separate. Maybe there's a court hearing or something down the road, but I don't think they would be used. I think the video would be the most pertinent to any of that. So they would just be preserved separate to know how many ballots went into that ballot box and how many were counted.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other concern, again, that I want to reiterate is that the real advantage of having a drop box is that if you're a person who works a 12-hour shift or you're home with kids and it's not convenient except at certain times, you can pick the time of day or night to drop off your ballot as long as you do it before 7 p.m. on election day. This limits that by saying you can only use this when the courthouse is open. I've got a great county clerk, and I'm guessing that we're going to start having 24-hour election office hours just so that people can use our drop boxes. I don't think every county would be able to do that. I'm just hoping we'll get more votes from Douglas County than some other areas of the state. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions, if the carrier would answer.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of things that I have concern in this, and I see that the reason for this legislation was to increase voter faith in the election process. And actually, I think our Secretary of State has done a phenomenal job, and I get his emails regularly talking about what a great job Kansas does, and how no one can provide any evidence that there was fraud or anything concerned. The one piece I am, and I know the senator from Douglas touched on this, but what was the reason for taking out those additional 3 days at the end if they were postmarked by Election Day?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
There's been a lot of concern after the last election, or the last several elections, these ballots coming in after Election Day, and then the numbers change. Myself, I want Election Day to mean Election Day. I've heard other legislators talk about that. And so, I think it's very important that Election Day means something, not just the first preliminary count of ballots, and then we got to wait 3 days later till the mail comes in. So I thought of a way. I added 3 days to the process, which backs everything up, no doubt. But now you still got the same 3 days. And, you got 3 days to start earlier to mail your ballot. You got on 93 days out, you can request the ballot. 23 days out, you can actually vote that ballot. So, I think I added. And so I think it gives more people time to get their ballots in. And, we just went through a school bond election that was an all-mail election, and it had a deadline of when the votes had to be, and it was at noon the day before of the final vote was going to be counted, and it said anybody after this date, it will not be received. Well, I don't see any difference in getting your ballot in on a mail-in ballot than election. So I like, election day being election day. Heard a lot of comments this year about that. Back when I was talking to people in my district, got a lot of emails. As I got this new chairship and people learned that a lot of election bills come to Fed and state, that's stuff I've heard. And repeatedly, we've gotten away from election day being actual election day. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but I have no grand intent to do something here. I'm just trying to put confidence back into the process, make people have more confidence. And, when the election's over, we can start the other process, start the process of governing, instead of having these battles in court and have, people arguing with each other who won and who didn't. I'm trying to put that confidence back in by the process. So I don't know. That answers your question.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And actually, I did that mail ballot for Olathe School Board or for our school bond issue as well. And I was glad that it said noon on that final day. And I made sure I dropped it off at the drop box and called on my friends to make sure that they were also doing that. And I guess my concern is maybe it's just a misunderstanding because I, like all of you, have been on the ballot. I have had elections where I have been waiting and I didn't get my results, even those preliminary results, until 10 o'clock the next morning when I'm staying up all night waiting, doing that refresh button. That was my first election in 2016, waiting for those Johnson County numbers to come in, and it was a little stressful, but I also have been where I've won by a large margin, so I knew that I was pretty confident that I had won the election. But I think it's the understanding that even though it is election day, the canvass hasn't happened, so those numbers are not official. And actually, it's interesting, when I was first, when I primaried to run for the Senate, and I actually didn't get a concession call until after the canvass, and it was official from my opponent at the time, which I thought was interesting because I had quite an advantage over him at the time, but he waited until that official canvass, so 2 weeks almost later. So I go back to, that 3 days after, and I appreciate the increase on the front end, but I served on ethics elections in local government when I was first elected, and actually was on the committee when we expanded so those mail ballots could be received 3 days after. And it was because of the mail delivery system for our post office and the concerns. I don't know if a lot of you know that a lot of our mail isn't processed in Kansas. It goes out of state and it comes back. So there is a delay. I remember when I could mail something and it would be delivered to my next door neighbor the next day, and now it sometimes takes over a week for my neighbors to get their Christmas cards. But, that was in 2017, and I'm assuming with all of the issues in the post office and postal service, that hasn't gotten any faster. But that piece of legislation was actually the first bill that I carried on the Senate floor. And actually, I pulled up the vote count, and I think Senator Corson may talk about this, but the majority of the members of this body today voted to extend that. As long as your ballot was postmarked on or before 7 o'clock on Election Day, it would be counted. And talking to the Secretary of State, who said, they were not asking for this because they do believe that our elections are fair and we do a great job. But in 2020, or maybe it was I think it was 2020, sorry, the last time, 30,000 Kansans votes would not have been counted. 30,000. And so maybe instead of talking and putting more and more, concern of whether or not our elections are fair or that we have faith in those elections, maybe we should educate that, you know, election day is that one moment, but we have to canvass. So you may be in the lead at that moment, but until that canvass is done a week later, we don't know the results. And I know it's hard for all of us to wait. We're like children. We want to open our Christmas presents. We want to know what's going on. But that's not what our system is. And if we're going to require at 7 o'clock, then I think we need to look at some more of our election laws, which, I don't know, I would have some concerns. But, and no disrespect to the chair, but last year we had the Frankenstein school bill, and this year with this bill, I think this is the Frankenstein election bill, and I won't be supporting it because I do think this tells Kansans that they should not have faith in our election process, and I don't think that's true. I worked really hard, first being elected, for audits and making sure that our elections were safe and fair, and that people who were eligible to vote were the ones who were voting. And I've toured the Johnson County Election Office. I've had all of those questions answered. And again, no one can show that there's evidence of a problem. And I think by continuing to introduce legislation like this, we're just fueling the narrative that there is a problem. And I don't think that's the truth. I think our Secretary of State has done a great job. And so I ask that you all please vote against this Frankenstein election bill. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, do you care to respond?
Last week, my bills were alien, now they're Frankenstein. I don't know if that's an improvement or not. You know, as a person I've been elected to office almost 30 years, and I've probably in Johnson County been on the ballot more than any other elected official in that county. I remember the first time I got elected that, you know, you really didn't get much information out of the election office. You had to call the newspaper. They knew who won and who didn't. I think the election office does a very good job. I think they're getting it better and better and faster. And I don't think this will be a problem for them. I think, you know, this will breathe certainty back in to the election laws across this state. And that's what we're trying to do here. So I hope no one else feels that these are the Frankenstein bills. And you know, I really tried to pour my heart in to make sure we had a good amendment that didn't, you know, I listened to the testimony, and we offered more options. You know, we offered the candidates be able to view the video, you know, if they felt like there was a problem. I think that always clears things up. So I don't know. I think we got a good election system. I think we're making it better, and we're setting policy to make it better.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for the gentleman from the senator from Johnson, the chair of the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee. But I want to make a comment first. I too am very supportive of fair and safe, secured elections. Mr. Chairman, I am also in favor of the right to vote. And here in the state of Kansas, in the United States of America, if you are 18 and eligible, you don't have a felony, and the guidelines, you have a right to vote. Mr. Chairman, as it relates to the drop boxes, I am more so concerned about the senior citizens that are sick and shut in, who sometimes wait until their Meals on Wheels are delivered to their home, to ask that person to buy them stamps to mail their ballot back in or their utility bills. Mr. Chairman, we talked about taxes on this Senate floor today, and when tax season comes up, we usually at the post office and different locations, we'll have drop boxes so individuals can drop off their taxes if they work late. And Mr. Chairman, a lot of people in my district, they are those essential workers, and they work second shift jobs. To me, the original goal for drop boxes are to help those Kansans be able to cast their vote. One size doesn't fit all. We know that. And Mr. Chairman, so that person who works the graveyard shift, that's a convenience for them, just like it's going to be a convenience for all of us who will file our taxes. Mr. Chairman, again, Mr. Chairman, I've served on the election committees since I served in the House of Representatives and now over here in the Senate. And I remember when I first joined the Kansas Senate in the Kansas Legislature, I was asked, what do you like best? What's the difference? And I talked about the decorum over here and the professionalism, and whether you agreed with me or not, everybody listened, and we were respectful, and we followed rules and procedures. And I still like that. And but sometimes, Mr. Chairman, we all have our other things that we're doing on the floor, so you can hear different sidebar conversations, and that's fine, Mr. Chairman. But the point I want to make, and then I'll ask my question, is all of these years of serving on the, well, until this year, Mr. Chairman, and I think you're new to the Senate, until this year, there was an elections committee where we heard election bills. And we all, so many of us here serving in this chamber right now today, help make Kansas election laws better. Mr. Chairman, we currently are at the bottom, or we tie with a couple of other states here in Kansas. We have the least amount of time to help people vote. In some states, they have same-day registration. It's so many things that other states, when we compare ourselves, other states have done to make voting easier, Mr. Chairman. And so as it relates to the drop-off boxes and where we heard this election bill is in our Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee, some of the members being new on the committee, some of them not hearing some of our election bills as some of us have before. This is the first year in all of my time of serving in the Kansas Legislature that I've heard. Usually in the Federal State Affairs Committee, we're hearing issues of, we used to call it the sin committee, you know, because we heard gambling and abortion and guns and issues of that nature. Mr. Chairman, and just before I go to that committee, I'm in Ethics and Transparency Committee, which I thought we would have more election bills heard. And so, Mr. Chairman, for me, my morning is like I'm just in one long election committee since we are hearing election bills now in the Federal and State Affairs Committee. So, but again, my goal is to make sure that we are having safe elections and that everyone can cast their vote. And so my question to either of the gentlemen Well, I see the senator from Cherokee now is standing, but my question is for the senator, for Johnson. So if the drop-off boxes, I know we had COVID and people were afraid to stand in line, and so we put more boxes out. I live in Wichita, Sedgwick County, a pretty large city in the state of Kansas, and so we need a few more drop boxes. And I don't believe we'll ever be unified because we were told by the representative who's sitting on the sideline now in the chamber, because I've not really seen, I keep wanting to say, will the real Secretary of State stand up? Because I've not seen him in the building yet. And so for the people that are here in the building, we know that every county is different. They do things a little differently. And so, but I would think that just like, Mr. Chairman, we have the boxes that if you are filing your taxes and you've been working and you're busy and to meet that deadline, you know, I've done it myself. I drove through it whenever and it is a little deadline, but you get to drive through, and I don't, but if for that convenience, why is it, Mr. Chairman, this is my question for the senator from Johnson, why do we want to have it be normal business times? If that's the case, if it's going to shut down at that time, we don't even need any of the boxes, Mr. Chairman, because you're shutting it down the same time as the regular business hours. The purpose of a drop box, when I drop my taxes in, the post office is closed, Mr. Chairman. Everything we're doing in the 21st century has been for convenient online. You can renew your licenses online. You can renew your registration and tags online. You can do all of these things at a convenience. And it is, if you're looking at it from your view, Mr. Chairman, and I know you and I both recently got specs, so we've got a different view now, Mr. Chairman. You shared that with me. But what about that senior citizen that can't jump on the bicycle, can't walk over there, can't drive the vehicle, and has to wait for that stamp to mail off or get her ballot dropped in that drop box? What about the convenience? And so again, my question is why not have it be an hour later? There's no need for it if we're going to shut it down the same time that the election office shuts down. So why not? What was the purpose of shutting it down at the same time that the office closes? It defeats the purpose, and that's my question. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Each election office, they can stay open later to keep them open later. So, that's really up to the locals or the 7 o'clock time. The real interest is at 7 o'clock election night, we want it to be closed. We want them to be counted so we know who the winners are. Going to the other states, you talked about our time limit. Alabama's 15 days before election. They can register 30 days before Alaska. Arizona's 29, Arkansas's 30. I can go down the list, but majority of the states are probably 20 to 27. There's about a third. There's about another third from 28 to 30. And then there's the other third is, a couple weeks or less on the registration. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faustido.
Mr. Chairman, So the specific question was, I've got to be clear. We talked about safe and secured elections and the uniformity of everything, and then a contradictory statement of election offices can just do whatever they want to do, and it doesn't make sense. And I want voters to know what they can do. We are lawmakers putting language in place for people to follow. I need to know what to tell my constituents. We need to make sure we do some public service announcements so people know. Because gosh darn, if I don't know, how are they gonna know? And then they'll be accused of doing something they don't even know that they should not do. My question is, we're already gonna have secured cameras monitoring the lock boxes, the drop boxes. Isn't that enough? Can it stay open then? You know, we talked about if you're in line to vote before 7, you still get to vote. I mean, come on, if it's raining, if it's snowing, you know, sometimes it is during those elections. And I'm just telling you, sometimes the people in my district who have a right to vote can't get there just lickety-split like that. And so I'm just saying, if we're going to have the drop boxes monitored, why can't they stay open till 7:30 p.m.? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know, it's like, if you're saying we want to be uniformed, and then you're saying that the election commissioners can do whatever they want, when, you know, I'm confused. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just...
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson. Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the carrier of the bill. When this was being written and such, was rural counties such as western Kansas, this bill seems like it's a pretty good bill for like 6 counties out of the 105. Were rural counties thought of when we're talking about manning boxes or putting video at these boxes? That's pretty expensive for small counties.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I believe so. I mean, I look at western Kansas and Colorado to be similar, and Colorado has the same 30,000 per county. We made sure there was 1 per county. So, I mean, to me, you're going to have the opportunity to be able to mail. You're going to be able to mail 3 days earlier. You're going to be able to request that ballot earlier. You're going to be able to use other alternatives besides the post office, as was asked by some of the people testifying, being able to use UPS or FedEx. So I think we've opened up some other avenues.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
We have one county that has 30,000 plus in it. UPS, FedEx is sparse at best. We have, I've had 5 county treasurers get a hold of me about this bill and I have 10 counties. 5 of them have shown great concern about this bill and being able to afford, you know, and just like as the previous speakers, our counties are elder population. You know, we have rain and snow too. I know that's hard to believe. They have to drive a lot further, more so than people, you know, we have one county seat 20 miles away. They got to go in to vote. This I think is very much an urban bill, and I think we're being dissed out in rural counties. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the body's received a lot of paper since this was distributed this morning, but I do want to direct the body's attention. I asked this to be passed out this morning when we first started on this bill, and I think that's it's really important. So every single legislator who is in the legislature in 2017 who is still here voted to enact this 3-day grace period in 2017. And I wrote, if you look at page 2 of what I distributed, page 2 of the House Bill 2158, that's where you'll see that language in section 2 of that bill. And then you can see, for those of you who were here, and again, that's 24 of our 40 members voted for that 3-day grace period. I think that 3-day grace period has served us well. There's no need to flip-flop on this vote. I think we should stand on the vote and the wise decision that this body made in 2017. And again, the reason for that was really just an acknowledgement that government-provided mail service at that time was slowing down. I don't think anybody believes that it's gotten better since 2017. You know, I'm not just a city kid. I went to school at Garden City Community College. I do worry tremendously about the impact on rural voters. We have 0 mail processing facilities right now in Kansas. So all of our mail is processed out of state. We've had mail processing centers close in Colby and Dodge City and Hayes, Hutchinson, Liberal, Topeka. And so I think these deadlines are going to be particularly onerous on our rural voters. So again, I think we made the right decision 2017. I'm hoping you'll take a look and see your name on this when you're voting and decide that you want to stand on that vote, because I don't think anything has happened in the intervening period where the 3-day period has proven that it's not working. I could understand changing if there was some real compelling evidence that the body had made the incorrect decision in 2017. But again, I don't think that the evidence bears that out. And I know that I've said this on other bills, but I do think it bears repeating. We have continually audited our elections, and we've not found problems. We have had the Secretary of State have said that what we've done served as really a national model that other states should adopt. Our junior senator, Senator Marshall, has echoed that. And now I'm not against always trying to improve a process, but I don't think that this bill does that. You know, it's, the carrier has said that basically everything starts earlier now. So everything starts 3 days earlier because we've done away with the grace period. But really that doesn't help, because 2 of those 3 days, as has been pointed out by the senator from Douglas, 2 of those 3 days are Saturdays and Sundays. So that earlier start date really doesn't help in terms of voter accessibility. I'm especially concerned that the ballot box provision did not have a hearing, that was put in without a hearing, because I do think that will substantially affect our elections. And one of the things, and I don't mean to disparage at all the carrier of the bill, but we've referenced Colorado as a model about a half dozen times now, and I just want the body to have the correct information as they weigh this decision. In Colorado, county election officials must include drop boxes in a manner that provides the greatest convenience to electors and, quote, must provide at least 1 drop box for every 30,000 registered voters. So what we're doing is not consistent with Colorado, as has been represented multiple times. That is incorrect. What we're doing is, in fact, the opposite of what Colorado is doing. And that's, again, why I think we would have benefited from having a hearing on the Dropbox issue so folks could have raised concerns like the ones I'm raising now. In Colorado, a county can have as many drop boxes as they want, but they must have at least 1 drop box for every 30,000 voters. I've been, as folks know, frustrated by these election bills because I do feel like we all have in this body a lot of shared goals when it comes to elections. And I do think that there are ways that we could work together. We all want to have safe and secure elections. There are 40 members for whom that is a real priority. We all not only want to have safe and secure elections, but we want our voters to also have faith in our elections. And I do not dismiss concerns. It's been said that folks have said that constituents have come up to them and said that they have concerns about security. And I don't at all minimize or dismiss or take lightly those concerns. I want our voters to believe that our elections are secure. But again, I think this bill falls short in one particular way that I believe this bill falls short on that mark is we continue to have the phrase, and you've heard it a dozen times, that Election Day needs to be Election Day, Mr. Chair. What we're doing is we've set up a slogan. If we pass this bill, we will go out and tell our voters that we have enacted an election security measure to make Election Day Election Day. Even if we pass this bill, that will still not be the case. We will still have thousands and thousands of provisional ballots that will need to be counted in the weeks after the election. We will still have county canvasses. Elections will still not be final, even with the passage of this bill, if that's what the body decides to do. That concerns me, Mr. Chair, because we're going to go out and be messaging one thing to our voters. They're going to take that as Election Day really being Election Day. And then when we have our elections in November, and then when we have the canvass, when we have vote totals changing because of thousands of provisional ballots, folks are, again, understandably so, going to say, I'm concerned because my senator told me that they passed a bill that made Election Day Election Day. So I understand that that's good messaging, but I don't think it's going to help us in our shared goal of gaining confidence in the outcome of our election on behalf of our constituents. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard several times safe and secure, fair elections. We've also heard from previous senators that video was not as secure because someone could be wearing a face mask or around Halloween. Someone could drop off more ballots and the security camera wouldn't pick it up. Well, for those of you that are concerned about that, I've got an amendment that you will love. It is 3923.
Pause to pass that out. Would you like to have your amendment read, or would you prefer to describe?
I am going to do my best, Mr. Chairman, to describe what my amendment does. But before I get into my amendment, I want to just give a quick discussion. For those of you in this body, I want you to think of what a mail-in drop box looks like. What do you envision it to look like? Do you envision it to look like what the post office has if you go and you drop off your mail, you put it in there? That could be. But there is no defined definition of what a mail-in ballot drop box will be. And I'd like to draw the body's attention to page 2, line 11. This is the only description that we have of a drop box. As used in this section, remote ballot box means any form of a locked ballot box designated by the county election officer as available for use for depositing advance voting ballots. So, again, I ask you, hearing that definition of what a remote ballot drop box would be, what do you envision that to be? It can be anything. If I was creative enough and I was an election official, I could make a shoebox secure, right? Would that fit that definition? It could. So what my amendment does, we've had multiple hearings on drop boxes, and I brought this up before in committee. And it was previously mentioned about how a video surveillance really is not that secure. And the examples that I used in committee were if you had a video surveillance camera on a drop box, and I was mischievous and wanted to go by and drop a match or something on fire into that drop box, I could do it. That camera's not going to stop me. It might record me, but if it's Halloween, I'm wearing a Frankenstein mask, and you won't know who I am. But I've already done the damage. And I think it is imperative that we secure each legally cast vote. And I think that if we do not, we are doing an injustice to our election cycle system. So what my amendment does is it strikes surveillance cameras, and it just says that you can have a drop box. It can be in a government building as long as there are employees there to monitor it, or it can be outside with an election official or a member of opposite party, 2 members, and they have to be of opposite parties. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm also on the Fed and State Committee. And I have concerns with this amendment, and I will not be supporting it. We have in a couple of our counties, our small counties, we do have a couple of drop boxes, one in the front and one in the back, and they have cameras on them. This is going to reduce it. For our county, we only can have one. I called both clerks, and they says, no problem, we can do that. But there's no way that they can man them or something like this. And when we have trouble with the mail when it's going, a lot of people are using these drop boxes. They didn't use them before. We have no instance in Kansas that we've had problems with drop boxes of people stuffing them or whatever. So I say this is unnecessary, and I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the good senator from Meade's comments, but I would redirect you back to my opening comments about what a remote ballot drop box would be, could be, and what the opportunities you could have with just a surveillance camera. That was stated from multiple members already, and I stand, and I think the most important thing, the one duty that we have, is to make sure that every legally cast ballot is counted. And if we have a situation where we are giving someone an opportunity to put a fire in a drop box and destroy ballots, I think we all understand that is a possibility. We know it's there. We have to secure that.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to that hypothesis if a drop box is set on fire. Do we not have a system set up that if I vote by mail ballot, that there is a tracking system?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is, but what if that fire is set on election night?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yeah, so my point is that fire is set to remote drop box. I would imagine a county clerk would say, okay, we have a situation with a box at such and such area. If you dropped your remote ballot there, we have a concern with it. With the tracking that's put in place that shows the ballots that have gone out and if they have come in or not, that would be able to be identified and those voters could vote provisionally. So it's it's a, like I said, this hypothesis doesn't take into account the fact that we do have a system set up that tracks our ballots through the process. It's confidential, it works, it has done very well, and I know a number of people who vote by mail ballot use the system. So in light of that, I agree with the prior senator. I'm concerned about this provision, and I will not support it. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know that it's an interesting rebuttal, but I'll give you add on to that hypothesis. Someone sets a fire, not all 1,000 ballots in that box are burned up. Maybe half of them are. Which ones do you count? Which ones do you say are provisional now? Let's say it's election night. Election results are in, the preliminary reports are in. Candidate A is behind. 10 votes. Just a hypothesis, not saying anybody would do this, but using her hypothesis. The county clerk sends out a notice to everybody that, hey, if you dropped a ballot in the drop box, it's destroyed, do provisional. Do you not think you're going to have more than provisionals than what were in that box? Which ones do you count? Which ones do you say, I am sorry, your vote doesn't count? Who's going to make that determination? You can't. The only way to prevent that is to have it manned and secure.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a lot of discussion about drop boxes. Can somebody, I've never actually used a drop box. I don't know that I've even walked up and seen one. Can someone tell me kind of what they look like and how they're attached? Are they secure to the ground? Are they bolted in concrete? Are they hanging in suspension from a tree? What is this?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have not had the privilege of seeing all the drop boxes, but according to this, it could be everything that the good senator from Brown just asked about.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
So, Mr. Chairman, would it be possible for someone to go up and capture a drop box and just haul it off?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It all depends on how that box is sitting and if someone securely put it down or if they didn't.
Senator from Brown.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy things happen on YouTube. You know, I don't know how many postal boxes are stolen or robbed or yanked out of the ground. Somebody wants to take their nice four-wheel drive and go up and show what it can do, you know, but I'm sure there's all kinds of pranks. What I'm concerned about, Mr. Chairman, if one ballot is burned, if one drop box is stolen, just one, maybe it only contains one ballot, our job is to make sure that every ballot is secure. And if it's illegal, it should be counted. Our job is to make sure that no illegal ballot is counted. You can define voter suppression in many ways, but if one ballot is stolen, one legal ballot is burned, whatever, then someone's vote has been suppressed. That's real voter suppression. Our job, again, is to secure that ballot. I'm not a fan of drop boxes. I'm not a fan of extending deadlines for voting. You know, the IRS says if you don't pay your taxes by the deadline and have the postmark on it, you're going to pay a penalty. And the penalty for not showing up on time on election day is you don't get to vote. So we make all these little changes over time. Oh, we're going to extend it, we're going to extend it, we're going to extend it, we're going to extend it. We're opening the door for Pandora's box to be opened up and all kinds of problems, and we've seen that. We had people complaining in 2016 about elections. We had people complaining in 2020 about elections. And here we are talking about and arguing about drop boxes when we all know that the drop box is headed toward, if we're going to have one per 30,000, pretty soon it's going to be one for 15,000. Just so everybody can follow the way I'm thinking, pretty soon it's going to be one. It's going to be your mailbox. Your mailbox is a drop box. Is that what you want in Kansas? Should be the ballot box at the voting booth or in the courthouse clerk's office where it is secure. One ballot, just one, and it might be yours. Maybe it's your vote that's suppressed because that ballot box is grabbed. I mean, we all think the other way. We all think, oh, there's stuff in the ballots in. But what if that ballot box is in a conveniently located place and it's got a camera on it, but somebody just goes up and puts their pickup, hooks up to it with a log chain, takes off with it, and it's got 20,000 ballots in it. Those are 20,000 suppressed votes. That's voter suppression. We've got to make sure that doesn't happen. I've listened to it a lot today. And I've watched, I've been questioned when back on ethics and elections. I was on there 3 terms. I was questioned by media and people about voter suppression. And it was always concern about that one person out there that doesn't seem to have the capability of getting to the ballot box on time. We don't want to suppress their vote. But what about mine? I've been responsible. I've gotten to the ballot box on time. I put my vote in, and now somebody steals the box? That's voter suppression. We need to secure our elections. If anybody thinks they're secure enough, I'm sorry. When we had that little report and I read the news media saying Kansas ranked number 11 out of all the states, whoo-hoo, we're good, we're in the top 11, 10. No, it's not good enough. I want KU to be number 1. I want Kansas to be number 1 on election security. I want everybody's legal ballot to count. And I don't want any illegal ballots to count. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on this amendment, I do oppose it. The last speaker was very passionate. Appreciate the sentiment. We do need to secure our elections. There were problems in the 2016 election. I remember that well, and there was a lot of calls of fraud and influence from the Russian government on those elections, and I don't know if that's true or not. There were calls of fraud as well in this last one. But I can tell you here in Kansas, in my community, it wasn't because of these drop boxes. We have very, very secure. It's got bolts all the way down. It's got steel in it. It's got cameras all around it. It's very secure. If we wanted to secure each ballot, we should probably look at some kind of a scanning system on those drop boxes that is associated with that piece of ballot paper, so it's scanned in and we can track who's gone in there and who's dropped that in. That's called bringing it to the 21st century. Let's track it and make it secure. Let's not go back 50 years and put 2 people, 2 thugs from each party on each side of this drop box and watch it, 100% of the time. That doesn't do anything really for the whole process. It basically kills the purpose of access to the polls. We can actually secure these things, track them, understand if this nasty accident did happen maliciously outside the halls and in this drop box. If somebody dropped some firebomb in there, if we were tracking it and actually had a system, this is not the only way to secure these things. To the senator who made this amendment, he's got one proposition here. It's not necessarily the right solution. It's one among many. That's a red herring argument. We have other options. The good senator doesn't even know what a drop box looks like, and we're gonna vote on that today and make these legislations without even looking at the issue and really analyzing it and coming up with how do we become that #1 security in our election state. This is not the answer. It could be, but chances are there's a better answer than this. I will oppose this, and I think we should take a look at this. Take a look at security and look at how we can make Kansas the #1 secure election state through better processes, better technology. I don't think this is the one, though. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state on the drop boxes tucked to Secretary of State's office, they look similar to a mailbox normally with a small hole. They're bolted down to the ground. We had 2 drop box bills in committee this year, so we looked at, some people wanted to remove the drop boxes completely, so I just wanted to get that out there. But, we did look at some pictures of drop boxes, but we've looked at so many things this year as we do. So I just wanted to, let the body know what the drop boxes look like, and similar to a mailbox. So.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the senator from Cherokee thought that I might be pleased to see this because I had concerns or expressed some concerns. My concerns were really not so much about the safety, but really adding requirements that don't increase the safety. But, and I think we have to recognize that, yes, maybe somebody can set fire to a drop box, but right now in this bill, we have no requirements. And again, the Secretary of State's office offered to work on this, make uniform requirements for advance voting. I'm hearing in this discussion that all the time that we're trying to make this secure with video, with days that we can vote, we have not described a ballot box accurately. Mr. Chair, I move we send this bill back to committee.
Motion to send back to committee. It's a
Point of
debatable
order.
motion. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
So if we're on the amendment, that is a priority motion, so
It is.
it's debatable, correct?
It is debatable.
Thank you.
Do you wish to comment?
I do. Thank you,
You are
sir.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I don't support that motion. This is the last day for general orders. So to use a phrase that was used earlier, this is the last ship out of the harbor. I don't know if I nailed it exactly, but it might have been train out of the station, something like that. It's been a long day already, so I apologize if I didn't get that correct. But I think that this amendment is a good amendment, and I would like to see us still vote on this amendment, and I would encourage the body to vote no on the amendment to send it back to committee.
The motion is to send the bill back to the Federal and State Affairs Committee. Is there further discussion on the motion? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
I'll be supporting the Francisco motion, Mr. Chair. And the reason is because, just again to reiterate what I just said, the whole body voted for this 3-day grace period in 2017. It served us well, but I'm also always wanting us to work on election security. And I do think that there are ways for us to come together because I think that this body has a shared interest in that. So I would support sending this back and having, further hearings on things like ballot drop boxes and getting a chance to get more input, because I do think that this is an issue that there is a shared will among the body to work towards. And I think that going through the committee process would, again, with more hearings, would serve us well. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge the body not to support the amendment. Let's finish this up here on the floor. This is the last ship out. On the amendment.
We are on a motion to send Senate substitute for HB 2056 back to the Federal.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. Sorry. On the motion, I don't support the motion to send it back to committee. The committee's worked on several election bills, drop box bills. This is the work of it. and this is the last ship. It's time. Let's vote on it today. Let's show the people in the world where we stand on drop boxes and trying to improve our election laws. So let's do it here. Let's do it today. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard an awful lot about keeping fraud out of our elections, making sure that they're fair, making sure that every vote counts, and that's absolutely critical. When it comes to an election, you don't have an election that amounts to anything otherwise. But it's also been said that that's our only responsibility. And the truth is that it's half of our responsibility. Elections must be free of fraud. They must be fair. Every vote needs to count, but we are also responsible to make the elections as accessible to people as possible. We should have it be as easy to vote as possible while balancing, granted, with a conflicting other factor. But it's both. It's not one or the other. It's both, equally, simultaneously. Simple concept, difficult to achieve, but that's what we need to aim for. Thank you so much.
Further debate on the motion to send Senate substitute for HB 2056 back to the Federal and State Affairs Committee. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard a lot about this as the last opportunity to have this measure affirmed this session, and I did want to remind the body, Mr. Chair, that this did pass the House, and that would mean that if it goes back to committee, that it could still be worked on. It could end up in a conference committee report on some other measure. So the issue does not die, even though this is the last day. It would not die this year. So we've just heard so many questions across the board from all sides of the aisle, both sides of the aisle about it. I mean, I thought it was going to be cut and dry, but the more I listened to the discussion and the debate and this amendment from the senator from Cherokee and the definition of what's in and what isn't, and the time frames, and it's just not ready for prime time. It came through the House. It needs to have, I think, a little more clarity brought, so we send out if we can, a better product. And so in that regard, let's send something good out, but first it has to go back probably to committee to be further considered. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification, although this is a House bill, the contents of this House bill have not run across the House floor, so nothing in this bill is currently conferenceable. If you do vote to send it back, the contents in this bill 100% are dead.
Further debate on the motion. Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this is the last ship out, it's a leaking ship. So that's my concern. We heard some good information about the number of drop boxes that were going to be allowed per county, how that number came about, and it turns out that information is different from what Colorado is actually doing. We've had concerns expressed by our county clerks about the video equipment. We now realize that we've determined a lot about how the video equipment can be used and when you have to keep track of that video, but we haven't even agreed on what a ballot box looks like or how you could try to prevent something like a fire. I was just going to say on the amendment, it's possible too to have a fire at a polling place. It's possible to have a tornado at a polling place. So we're not going to ever eliminate all those things. I also heard that in conference committee, they're going to be able to clean up this problem that's been created about moving back the days, when that starts, whether they're business days. But there's nothing to conference on. The only information that we're going to have is what comes out of this body this evening. So I think this is important enough that we do need to hear from the House. It's important enough to get some things right. There are some things in this bill that I support, but too many that I do not. Mr. Chair, I move we send this back to the Federal and State Affairs Committee.
You've heard the motion to send Senate substitute for House Bill 2056 back to the Federal and State Affairs Committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. We are back on the amendment. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand. Any other discussion? Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just previously mentioned that we did not offer a solution. We did. We cannot control Mother Nature. There's nothing that you can put in statute to control Mother Nature. Mother Nature is going to do what she wants to do. And in Kansas, any single day, we're going to have all 4 seasons. We can't legislate that. We can legislate making an opportunity to secure our ballots by doing this. And with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. Division's been requested. All those voting yes, please stand. Please remain standing. All those opposed, please stand. (20) having voted yes, 15 no, the motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment real briefly. We've had comments about this being the last ship out of the harbor, and I just hope that, we had a guest here this week that was on Pirates of the Caribbean, and if he were here, I would tell him that we just hope this is not the Flying Dutchman. Thank you.
Further questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the body for today, the debate. I think it's a good, healthy debate. I know the committee's worked several weeks on election bills, and just want to thank everybody. Okay, I'll move when the committee rises and reports. It reports out Senate sub for House Bill 2056, favorable for passage as amended.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are going to move now to substitute for House Bill 2466. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You threw me for a loop. I thought you said a sub, but it is House Bill 2466. So we are going to turn completely into a new direction, and we are going to talk about what's being referred to as the PAC Act, Promoting Advancement in Computing Knowledge Act. What this bill does is it puts a new emphasis on what we are doing as far as education for computer science. To give just a little bit of a background, in our state, 27% of our high schools offer a fundamental computer science course. That's only 100 high schools in our state. Whereas only 24% of our school districts offer a fundamental computer science course. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the 21st century and we are in the midst of what is, it truly is a computer era. And we need to make sure that our children in our schools are getting the computer science background that they need. They need to have the foundational computer science courses. This bill dovetails with the Kansas model standards for computer science that have just recently been established by the State Board of Education. What we are asking in this bill, and the way in which the Senate committee amended, is we're not limiting it just to high schools, but we changed the language to secondary schools, because kids as young as middle schoolers should be working toward their computer science knowledge and mastery. This bill will require every school district to either identify for the State Board of Education the computer science courses that they're offering, or they need to prepare for the Department of Education what their plan is to make those courses available. What we know is that we also don't have enough of our certified teachers that have the background to be teaching the computer science courses. So this bill does also include a pre-service educator scholarship program, so that the Board of Regents will be awarding scholarships to teachers that are working towards a degree in elementary or secondary education, and also for licensed teachers that are wanting to get that certification in computer science. It also will allow for State Board of Education grants, so that high quality professional learning opportunities are going to be available. So essentially, it will allow an existing teacher that wants to get the credentialing, the financial support that they need to go back to school, if you will. Also will provide financial support for school districts that are wanting to implement these programs. The interesting thing about this particular bill is when it started in the House, there were more opponents than there were proponents. And after the House did its work and amended the bill considerably, by the time it came over to the Senate, it was on firm ground, and those opponents became proponents. In fact, just 2 weeks ago today, the House passed this bill 115-4. So I will pause there, Mr. Chair, and answer any questions that might be asked on this particular bill.
Questions for the senator from Miami. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few comments. So my husband does computer science, and there is a need for this, and there are parts of this bill that I like and parts that I don't like. I do want to comment on that only 27% of our schools, that is accurate, but the 27% of the schools are the largest percentage of the students in the state. Those are more our rural, the rural area is what is lacking this, but our urban areas do have this. And as I've looked at the guidelines, and like I said, my husband is in this industry, and I have a lot of friends who are in tech, and talking about this as we've looked at the standards to see, is this really what the industry needs? And so I do support that, but I do think that 27% is a little misleading, because we do know that even though it's only 27% of the schools, that 27% of schools do make up the largest percentage of students in the state. And my one concern with this is that we've seen in Arkansas, I think, where they've implemented this, there is no appropriation for this. In Arkansas, they've put in $15 million, and they're still having issues with being able to properly do this. But I agree, we do need to make sure computer science is available and support that. But we are, and it is available, but this is an unfunded mandate, and some concerns with that.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, do you care to respond?
Oh, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, there is disparity as far as where these computer science courses are being offered. When you look at the percentage of schools, 73% of what we would consider city or city schools, so the more urban schools, 73% offer computer science courses. Only 65% of our suburban school districts are offering, or schools are offering computer science courses. When we look at our smaller towns, only 25% of them are offering these courses. And when we look at our rural districts, I happen to live in a rural district, only 17% of them are offering computer science courses. So why is this significant? And why do we need to jump on this right now? Well, because if you want to be a computer programmer, let's look at that position. You can do that from home, and you can earn $30 to $45 per hour. If you wanted to be a computer science engineer, and these are just jobs in Kansas, starting salary is just over $73,000. But if we don't start on this initiative, if we do not put that carrot as well as that stick for our school districts to start in this process, then guess who's going to be left behind? It's going to be too large of a population of our students. It is unacceptable for our towns and our rural districts to have less, 25% or less offerings with regard to computer science. And, you know, we've talked about high-speed internet and the necessity for that, and we've put a whole lot of spark funds into that. That just dovetails with what school districts are able to do. Now, is it an unfunded mandate? No, it's not. Because the mandate here is that school districts are either going to identify that these are the computer science courses that we're providing, or they're going to identify their plan to begin providing to their children. And we've made it, doesn't have to be a semester or a year long for high school. It could be a quarter course at the middle school level. The State Board of Regents will be providing those scholarships for the pre-service teachers or the teachers that are going back for new certification. So first of all, we've got to know exactly where we are and what the plans are for school districts. And guess what? Then we're going to continue to work to how do we make sure that what is needed for school districts to make this happen is available. The other thing is, I'm going to remind this body of the building assessment legislation that we passed a week ago, and that's going to be incorporated into that process where either the middle schools or the high schools are going to have to, in their assessment, determine what equipment, what teacher training is going to be necessary to get this up off the ground. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions for the carrier? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the bill would stand for some questions, please?
That's not actually a rule, but go ahead and ask your questions.
I'm trying to be exceedingly polite here. Mr. Chairman, my question would be this. What problem is this bill trying to solve?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Well, I think this piece of legislation is solving a couple of different issues. One issue is the lack of foundational computer science courses being offered in our school districts at the secondary level. It also is addressing this fact that our State Board of Education has now established the Kansas Model Standards for Computer Science. So, in an effort to avoid that action from being perfunctory, now we have that PAC Act that dovetails with here are the standards, and here's a program that's going to fit right into helping school districts start working toward making sure that these standards are being met within the school district and within the curriculum experience of the student.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Okay, so if I understand this, the two problems are is we have a lack of foundational computer science courses as deemed by who? Why do we have, what would lead the carrier of the bill to claim that we have a lack of foundational computer science courses? I mean, yes, we have a lack of that. We probably have a lack of Chinese philosophy courses. My question is what is driving the assumption that we're putting an additional mandate on our schools saying that this is what we need, when in fact, we already have a Board of Education, school districts that can do this on their own if they want to. Why does the legislature feel like it is important that we weighed in specifically on this lack of so-called foundational computer science courses?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, to start with, the State Board of Education did get moving and did establish the Kansas Model Standards for Computer Science. And in that process, they were pushed, they were prodded, they were reinforced by business and industry within our state. We know, I'll just use as an example, from the legislative post-audit with regard to the lack of cybersecurity in our school district IT systems, that we don't even within our school districts have the standards or have the employees within the districts to help them meet some type of basic standard for cybersecurity. So when you talk about, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, was it we don't have enough Chinese philosophy courses? Was that what I heard? Confucius, we don't have enough of those in our K through 12 system?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yeah, she can pick any topic she wants. The question is
I think
what is so specific about she feeling that the legislature needs to wade in and provide another unfunded mandate about telling the state board and our school districts what to do when they can already do this? Why do we have to legislate this? Why is this so important?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'll start by saying, in my reference to the Chinese philosophy is that that's what I thought, that the good senator has asked, why computer science rather than not more of this? And again, it's being pushed and driven by our business community. They can't find enough folks to hire within our state that have solid computer science background. We also know that students tend to gravitate toward things that they're aware of. If you say to a middle school student, hey, would you like to be a coder when you graduate from high school and get a little bit of college? They don't know what that is. But that's part of the reason that we have these foundational courses, so that children, as they are growing, as they're developing, as they have that curiosity, they are exposed to the different opportunities beyond just holding a cell phone or looking at a tablet, but they get to be involved in part of what's going on inside. I know that in one of the schools in the county that I live in, the robotics program has absolutely exploded, and part of the reason that that's been reinforced is we have a new business that, well, several years ago it was a new business that came in neighboring called Amazon, and most everything that they do in that warehouse is done with robotics. And so they were able to dovetail that, the program, the extracurricular program they had, with what's happening in business and industry just there near the school district. So again, how do you establish interest in an area that perhaps they're not aware of at home? They're certainly not learning about it in a majority of our school districts because the courses aren't being offered. And, you know, that's part of the reason that the State Board of Education establishes standards. And I would say that the State Board of Education, Kansas Association of School Boards, and USA are the groups that support this, as well as leaders of business and industry. So if we're going to fill positions, we need to make sure that we have the training through the continuation, not just at the community college, not just at the technical college, not just at the university, but you need to prime that pump, and the best way to do it is starting in the middle school, moving up to high school.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield briefly to the minority leader.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I think we all agree this is important, but I just want us to realize that 60% of our high school students already have access to a foundational course. I'm not saying this is not good. I'm just saying, depending on how you look at those numbers, 27 puts a different feel for that, but 60% of Kansas high school kids currently have access to this. I yield back.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the hour is getting late. We have many more bills to travel, so I will, to me, this bill is totally superfluous. And I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I heard this, we had, I keep going back to this example. We had this workforce development thing in Kansas City, I think, before the session started. It was like, oh, how do we grow all the workforce we need? And somebody said, well, you know, we need to teach more computer science courses in our classes. And, you know, and then somebody in the House ran off and said, hey, we're gonna, you know, we need Python coders, so let's have a Python class. And I find this, to me, you know, people complain about people not in education, okay, writing education bills. To me, this is a person in, or people in education, and I don't know the background of the representative who introduced this bill, but they know nothing about tech. I mean, this bill does nothing, okay? I think it's a field to like, well, hey, you know, now our kids can teach Python or C++. That's not gonna do anything to address the quote unquote software development programming needs of the American landscape. The fact of the matter is, if businesses really wanted to basically, if they really were really concerned about the level of software development resources to fund their software development projects, okay, they would already be jumping up and down, sending money, doing programs. I mean, stuff like the Promise program that we had. They'd already be reaching out to schools and doing this. Okay? The fact of the matter is we can pat ourselves on the back and said, we want you to teach computer science courses, okay? It's not gonna get some high schooler kid a software development job. Because the fact of the matter is, whether it's software development, whether it's cybersecurity, a lot of these positions are filled by people over in Russia, Eastern Europe, okay? They're all over the world. It's all done remotely.
okay? It's not there. It's not there. So why we're going to make ourselves feel good and pass something and say, you should do this, when the State Board of Education can already do it, the districts are already doing it, and have this false argument that somehow, well, only in rural Kansas, you only have 27% of kids, having access to this. Folks, you are dreaming if you're thinking that somehow we're going to fill up rural Kansas with software developers, okay? If only we had that information superhighway, and this is the answer. It is not. I think it's much better that if you really want to develop if you want to have a core competency, and once again, I think it's dumb because quite honestly to me, software development, it's a commodity. It is a utility skill set because these languages change, every couple years. The technology, the platforms are that dynamic. And by the way, it's all open software now, so there really isn't even money doing it. If we want to get serious about developing software development resources, we should have done basically two things. Number one, we should have enforced H-1B software development on the state. And the other thing and we should do this, I have talks with some of the other folks on this floor, is we should actually have a program that takes our retired software developers and gets them retooled to do these jobs. But thinking we're going to have some kid do a Python class and that's going to be the golden ticket to employment, that dog don't hunt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It is interesting that that the good senator brought up the notion about the H-1P1 visas, because I'd already written it down as he was the gentleman that brought up the amendment when we were working on the budget so that projects done by the state had to be done by folks that were in fact American residents. And I can't think of what better American residents than to have Kansas kids that got that start and that interest by a teacher in middle school or high school that taught them a little bit about coding, taught them a little bit about robotics. I'm not saying they're going to graduate from high school and jump right into a $73,000 per year job as a computer science engineer. But I do think it's egregious, and I do have a copy of the map, that it's okay as long as a majority of the kids that live in the suburbs, live in the city, it's okay that they have access to this, but not the rest of the school districts. When we talk about equity, and we talk, just yesterday, we had or Monday, I guess it was, we had a debate on this floor about parent choice of where a child should go to school. If I wanted my children to have an opportunity to have any introduction to computer science, knowing that wasn't being offered in my school district, I sure would be looking for neighboring school districts that had that available. Now, we have heard from those school districts, and they didn't want to appear to be snobs, but they didn't want the kids from the poor rural districts to be coming over and using that technology and getting that training, getting that opportunity. So again, here's another program that really does dovetail into what we're talking about, is parents having choices. What are the learning opportunities for their children? It isn't an unfunded mandate because the beginning of the process is this reporting to the state so that we know what is being done, what isn't being done, so that business and industry, the Board of Regents, the local technical colleges, those retirees that the senator waxed on about, they could be mentors for the school district. They could be sponsors for the robotics club, things like that. So I did not write this bill, but I can tell you as chair of education, When we had this bill introduced and we had the hearing on this bill, the first discussion point was, don't limit it to just high school. Because we've heard about innovative school districts that have had kids as young as the elementary level doing coding. When you don't tell kids, oh, you can't do this is too difficult to understand, I mean, it's technology, it's really scary, then they can jump right in there, get involved, and be enthused. I learned a long time ago because some of the courses I taught involved quite a bit of technology. And being the teacher in the room, you have to get rid of any embarrassment that the children, the students sitting in the classroom, if there's a problem with the technology, they could probably jump up, push a few buttons, and make things working again. We want all kids to have that opportunity. If they choose to take that as a career, wonderful. But they need to have that opportunity in this computer world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report substitute for House Bill 2466 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Congratulations, committee. We have now made it through all of the bills from this morning. And with that, for a motion to rise and report progress, the chair recognizes the majority leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Wanted to clarify that on HCR 5014, there were a couple of opponents in the Senate committee, not in the House. And that record can be determined if you look on the website. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the chairman from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. There will be a presentation by staff for selected members of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means and the House Committee on Appropriations, their chairs, vice chairs, and ranking minorities for an overview of differences in the budget positions upon we're going to do it Monday at 9 o'clock in room 548 South. Thank you.
Are there other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the senator or the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess to 7:45 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Senate is recessed. Senate will come to order. We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator Clays in the chair.
Good evening, body. We will get started with our afternoon business. Start off with House Bill 2228. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2228 is brought to us by the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and supported by our law enforcement community, including the Kansas Sheriff's Association, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, and the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police. And it concerns amending statute to, well, let me say differently, creating law requiring that all law enforcement agencies in Kansas adopt a written policy requiring submission of all sexual assault kits that correspond to a law enforcement report of sexual assault, to make sure that these kits are turned into one of the accredited forensic laboratories. The bill would require that the submission to those forensic laboratories occurs within 30 business days from collection of the kit for examination, and to ensure that the examination results are received by the investigating officer to investigate the crime. The bill would also require all law enforcement agencies in Kansas to collaborate with the county or district attorneys in the appropriate jurisdiction regarding the contents of the policies of the retention of the sexual assault kits. The bill would also amend a statute related to child advocacy centers to require such centers be recognized by the National Children's Alliance and to allow such centers to provide on-site evidence collection of possible sexual assault evidence. So the bill also clarifies the retention time for the sexual assault kits, that the retention time of the kits when they're sent to the KBI be extended from 5 years to 20 years. And then after the expiration of 20 years, that the kit is required to be released that the statute would require that the kit be forwarded to the law enforcement agency if needed for evidence for prosecution. With that, Mr. Chair, I will inform the body that the bill passed the House on a vote of 124-0, and there were no neutral or opponent testimonies, and we did have additional proponent testimony from representatives of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, MOSCA, and RISE. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions on House Bill 2228? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill. Sadly, there are thousands of victims of sexual assault in our state. Beyond that, there are thousands of survivors of childhood sexual abuse in Kansas who have not been able to seek justice due to our limited statute of limitations regarding civil cases. 4 years ago, a bill was brought forward to update our statute of limitations. The bill was heard in the House Judiciary Committee and was very well received. As there were questions about some of our current statutes, the bill was sent to the Judiciary Council for review and recommendations. Those recommendations were received, and a team of attorneys, legislators, and survivors worked to incorporate those changes to a new bill that was introduced last year. We waited, and nothing happened. A new bill was introduced this session, and we waited. Despite the pleas of dozens of victims and a petition signed by over 12,000 people, this
Senator, are you speaking to House Bill 2228?
I sure am. Despite the fact that we had those signatures, we turned a deaf ear. So I do have an amendment to this bill. We have spent time listening to lots of other issues, but we have denied justice. We have denied justice to people like Susan, who is one of the brave survivors who testified previously. And this is what she had to say. My name is Susan. I was born in
Mr.
Hutchinson,
Chair, point of
Kansas.
order. Is there a proposed amendment that we could review? And is it on?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, the order would be to propose the amendment and distribute it and then speak to it.
The amendment is in.
If you would give us the number for the amendment so that we can hand it out.
Certainly.
Thank you.
That amendment number is 3939. It's a little grabby.
Senator, you may continue.
It is. Through this amendment, I introduce you to Susan, who testified previously. She indicated, my name is Susan. I was born in Hutchinson, Kansas. My family attended Church of the Holy Cross. I attended Holy Cross Catholic School for first grade, fourth grade, and CCD classes. One day after Mass, when I was 10 years old and in fourth grade, a boy came to our classroom and told my teacher that I needed to go see the Father. I went there and was led into an area that was to the right of the altar. The boy went back out into the church and sat in a pew just outside. As I stepped in, Lampy was removing the white top he had worn during Mass. He then sat down and pulled me close to him. He began talking to me. He would go on to rape me. After raping me, he held my hands and looked me in the face and told me that I was not going to talk about this. He told me this was like confession and said, we don't talk about what happens in confession, so you're not going to talk about this. And if you do, you will go to hell. Susan said I understood clearly that I could go to hell if I spoke about this instance. So I walked back to my classroom, trying to straighten out my underpants, and I was confused.
Mr.
angry,
Chair,
and unsure.
point of order. Is there an explanation of the amendment?
Senator,
Yes, the amendment is about changing our statute of limitations to allow people like Susan to have justice.
we do need an explanation of the amendment, and then you may discuss the reasons for supporting it.
Yes, the amendment changes our statute of limitations to allow people like Susan to bring forward a case in civil court.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, you know, we've had some really good amendments come up that are worthy of a little bit of debate, but unfortunately, a lot of them have not been germane to the topic of the bill, and I do not believe this one to be germane as well, so I'm going to challenge germaneness.
Germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene. For a ruling, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Rules Committee rules this amendment non-germane. The amendment does deal with a different title. One is record retention. The other one is statute of limitations. Does the amendment increasingly expand the subject? It does. And so therefore, we'll rule it non-germane.
Thank you.
Chair has ruled that the amendment is non-germane. We will pass over House Bill 2228, and it will retain a place on the calendar. We will now move to House Bill 2607. For purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the
Point of
senator
order.
from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Point of order.
And there is not a committee report. Senator, please state your point of order.
Do I not still have the floor?
You do not. We have passed over the bill. It retains a place on the calendar. We're moving on to the next bill. We're now recognizing the carrier of that bill.
Very good, thank you.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The House Bill 2607 is brought to us by the Attorney General, and the goal of the bill is to close a potential and inadvertent loophole created when the statute regarding causes of action regarding habeas corpus was amended in 2016. And in that amendment that the legislature made it clear that the district court did not have to reach the merits of an untimely motion for habeas corpus unless the petitioner could provide justifications for the untimely filing or had a viable claim of actual innocence. However, petitioners are able to continue to file claims for ineffective assistance of counsel, and there has been no clear direction from the legislature when that time lapses, when your deadline to file your claim for habeas corpus relief. So that's what this bill does. 2607 states that it is in section FC of the bill. That it is 1 year after the opinion of the last appellate court in this state to exercise jurisdiction on the prior motion. There were no neutral or opponent testimony, and the bill passed the House on a vote of 120 to 0. I do have an amendment that would be amendment number 3836. And I
Pause for a
have turned
moment
it in.
while that is passed out. Would you like your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can explain it. It's a simple, short amendment, and it amends the bill on page 2 by striking Kansas Register and inserting statute book. So it's a short amendment so we can get this bill to conference committee. It's of a pretty non-controversial nature. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions, but when the time's appropriate, I do have an amendment.
Very good. Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. We'll recognize the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, with his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering an amendment. It is S3915. What it is basically...
We'll pause for a moment while it's handed out.
Sure. Can you hang right there with me? Don't, please don't.
Senator, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment has the components and the contents of Senate Bill 102. Senate Bill 102 passed the Senate chamber 39-1. Senate Bill 102, as amended in the House, would amend the Kansas Sexually Violent Predator Act regarding the notice of release or anticipated release of sexually violent predators. What this does is relieves the jail system and moves those prisoners to the Department of Corrections. This was requested by the Sheriff's Association and the Office of Attorney General. And again, this bill has won across this body, 39-1. I stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the senator carrying the bill, Senator from Johnson.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, some years ago, just before our current Attorney General, Derek Smith, who served here in the Senate, just before he became the Attorney General, so myself, along with a couple of other legislators, we passed legislation that if you were molested when you were a child and you were 18, I believe, you could still file those charges. And just curious, so what's the major difference between that, allowing a person to make that claim or charge the perpetrator of, in contrast to what we're doing now?
Are you finished with your question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when the gentlelady from Johnson was describing her previous amendment and some of the bill, I guess I didn't hear clearly. So we are doing exactly what? Because I know in current law, we already allow individuals, if they were molested when they were a child, to then file that claim against the perpetrator when they turn 18, or we extended that period. So are we just adding to what we currently have? If she could just clarify the main point of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2607 concerns when a prisoner is in custody under sentence of a court of general jurisdiction and the prisoner claims the right to be released upon the ground that the sentence was imposed in violation of the Constitution or laws of the United States or the Constitution or laws of the state of Kansas, or that the court was without jurisdiction to impose such sentence, or that the sentence was in excess of the maximum authorized by law, or is otherwise subject to collateral attack, the bill addresses when that type of claim may be filed. When you are a prisoner in custody and you seek relief from prison because of those four grounds, that there was no, that the sentence was imposed in violation of the Constitution or other laws, that the court was without jurisdiction to impose such sentence, that the sentence was in excess of the maximum authorized, or is otherwise subject to collateral attack. And the bill merely says, what is the time to file that claim if you're a prisoner in custody and you are seeking release from prison?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an important piece of legislation to close and a loophole that our Office of Attorney General discovered so that these claims could have a time frame that the courts could look at and require that these claims be filed. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2607 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will pass over Senate substitute for House Bill 2062, and it shall retain its place on the calendar. We will now move to House Bill 2377. To explain the bill and adopt the committee report, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the last several years, as when I chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee and now as vice chair, we've had numerous updates in the DI laws. Many of those were requested at the request of the Judicial Council and the Advisory Task Force to constantly improve our DUI statutes. Many of these was because of maintaining coordination and to be in compliance with the Department of Transportation. House Bill 2377 was also a product of the DUI Advisory Committee, and it was supported by a number of folks as well as KDOT after we made an amendment. They had a concern with it and we amended to fix it so it would accommodate their needs. This authorizes the reinstatement of driver's license for certain persons with ignition interlock device restrictions, requires persons with an ignition interlock device restriction to complete the ignition interlock device program before driving privileges are reinstated. It provides for reduced ignition interlock device programs costs for certain persons. It modifies the criminal penalties for driving a commercial motor vehicle under the influence and driving under the influence, most significantly placing felony offenders on the sentencing grid at a severity level 6, changing them from non-grid felonies served in county jail. We also increased the period of disqualification for certain offenses committed by a person with commercial driving privileges, and prohibits prosecuting attorneys from concealing certain traffic violations from the COLIS driver report. The CDLIS is a commercial driver's license database that tracks the driver's license across the United States. In addition, it provides that Highway Patrol has the oversight of state certification of the ignition interlock manufacturers and their providers. That piece is no different than what is practiced now. It just codifies the present practice. With this, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to let the body know that this is a very fragile bill. This bill, if we don't pass this in the good form, it will cost us $16,672,178.90 for the first year out of our federal highway fund. Every year after that would be $33,344,357.80. Addition to that, if we go 2 years, we risk decertifying our CDL. To meet the qualifications of the Commercial Motor Vehicle Safety Act requires actions from a lot of our jurisdictional entities, Department of Revenue, Drivers Division, or Vehicle Division, your courts, and everything. This has been approved by KDOT attorneys, and I suggest we be very careful with how we treat it. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. I do rise in support. Don't want to lose $16 million and all those 90 cents. I agree with that. It sounds like a really good bill to pass. I want to ask the maker of the carrier one question.
Please continue.
I'm curious why in section 2 we've removed the piece about the motorized bicycles. The rest of the bill seems very, very solid. That seems a little arbitrary. We have people that have jobs who made a mistake in some way or another, and maybe this is a way for them to get to those jobs. And it does concern me where we're taking away the ability to use motorized bicycles for some reason. And if we could just, a quick explanation why we're doing that in this bill.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very good question. That was one of the compliance issues that was required to get KDOT back on the page with us. And also for the federal dollars, that part had to be placed in there.
Senator from Leavenworth. Senator from Sedgwick, are you standing to be recognized? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the senator carrying the House Bill 2377 would stand for a question.
Still not a rule. You are welcome to ask your question.
Of course. I stand in strong support of House Bill 2377, and I support the bill so much, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Do you have the amendment number?
I do.
Can you share that, please?
I have turned it in, Mr. Chairman, and that amendment is, the number is 3938.
We'll pause for a moment while it's handed out.
Mine.
Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or would you like it read?
Mr. Chairman, I can explain it.
Please continue.
So, Mr. Chairman, understanding that part of House Bill 2377 allows an individual with a violation of DUI suspended driver's licenses to have that driver's license reinstated. And Mr. Chairman, I have the wonderful doormen have passed out to each of the senators a copy of an application that an individual might submit to receive a suspended driver's license. Mr. Chairman, I do want the body to remember that when Senator Braun, the senator from Leavenworth, myself, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee, along with talking with the Department of Revenue, Drivers Control, working with our wonderful Ed Klump. Some time ago, we had another bill that did exactly what I've been trying to do in the Kansas legislature for many, many, many years. I know last session we passed a bill out and it became law, but it did not do exactly what I've been hearing about from constituents for years. And I know, Mr. Chairman, we want everybody to be driving legally. We want people to be able to get to work. We want people to be self-sufficient. We want people to be able to not be a liability to us. We want people to have insurance while they drive. We understand that the judicial system loses money when people don't show up for court and pay their fines. I believe that my amendment will help in all of those areas. And Mr. Chairman, this amendment simply, I've worked on it all this session and over prior to session starting and talked to many people, and I believe we have it right now. So this act concerning driver's licenses, authorizing certain individuals with a revoked license, not a DUI, just simply because of failure to pay, and it limits those with habitual driving while suspended. We just want them to be able to participate in the current law that allows an individual to make payments on their fines, but have a restrictive driver's license to drive back and forth to work and school or the court, be accountable. And as you see in the handout, it's not giving people a pass. They're going to be required to do so many things just to drive legally. I would rather, if I were in a car accident, Mr. Chairman, I'd rather get in an accident with a person with a legal driver's license, with car insurance. I would prefer that because we know people drive anyway, and we're simply talking about allowing individuals to participate in the 12-month restricted driver's license program that's already established within the Department of Revenue with driver's control, and they'll have to do all of these things. Mr. Chairman, my wonderful, the best sheriff in Kansas, there in Wichita and Sedgwick County, there was a young man that had paid all of his fines, Mr. Chairman. He paid all of his fines and did everything that the court wanted him to do, but with a revoked driver's license in that status, he still had to wait, Mr. Chairman, another 3 years to have his driver's license reinstated. And so my wonderful sheriff, we were able to get him something that he would carry with him in his vehicle to show that he had paid all of his fines, met all of his obligations with the courts. And because every time he'd get stopped. And so, Mr. Chairman, again, I believe that if we are allowing some Kansans with a DUI to participate in a restrictive driver's license to have their driver's license reinstated, we certainly should allow other Kansans with just failure to pay because they didn't have the money but just a regular traffic violation. We want this, to me, Mr. Chairman, is a win-win. The locals collect money, the state collects money, the Department of Revenue collects money. We increase our economy here in the state of Kansas, as opposed to having people as a liability. They would be contributing. They would be driving legally. They would have insurance. They would be accountable. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, again, I just want people to have an opportunity to participate in the restrictive driver's license program that is mentioned in this House Bill 2375, Mr. Chairman. So, again, appreciate the body's time, and I will stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would feel that I was letting people down if I did not challenge germaneness on this one, so I'm going to challenge germaneness.
The germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene and make a ruling. The chair appoints Senator Masterson to chair the Rules Committee and appoints Senator Warren to the Rules Committee, replacing Senator Wilborn. The chair appoints Senator Hildebrand to the Rules Committee, replacing Senator Peterson.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I'm just confused. If Senator Hildebrand raised the issue of non-germaneness, how can you appoint him to the committee?
By making an appointment to the committee, Senator.
That's what I need to know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With a ruling on the germaneness of the amendment, the chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one was a little tougher than some in the past. Was not a unanimous decision, but the committee has found it germane.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Gadot, the ruling of the committee is that the amendment is germane. Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the carrier of the amendment. This bill was not heard in committee, so it has not heard any testimony. It is a big change in policy about how we are going to reinstate suspended driver's licenses, and whether that is a good idea or not. We have not heard from our law enforcement community, from our prosecutors, and while I understand the intent of the bill, it has not been through the committee process and would be a big policy change that before it would be considered by the body, it would need to have some testimony on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No question.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I'm going to support this, and I want to say there was actually a hearing. It has had committee, and it has been worked in committee, but so this is not something that was just on the fly. This has actually gone through the committee process, but I will go back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick. Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, do you wish to be recognized?
I do, Mr. Chair. I would like to direct a question to the minority leader. I did not hear which committee it had been heard in.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, could you clarify?
I believe it was heard in transportation, but the senator from Sedgwick can answer that.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo, do you have an answer for the senator from McPherson?
I do, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue that I've worked on nearly half of the time that I've been in the Kansas legislature, both in the House of Representatives and in this body. This bill, this particular Senate Bill 550, has not had a hearing this session, although a bill similar, and even some of the language that's in the current bill we're debating right now is in my original bill. I introduced Senate Bill 317 earlier this session. Mr. Chairman, let me go back for a minute. Last session, the governor signed into law Senate Bill 127 that had parts of this bill in it. So we had hearings then in the Senate Transportation Committee, and that bill was signed into law. Mr. Chairman, and to further support this is the original Senate Bill 317 was introduced, and it did go to the gentlelady from Johnson, Senator Warren, her committee, and I appreciate her having a meeting with me to discuss the bill. And so then what I did, Mr. Chairman, is I went to law enforcement. I did. I actually, and so then they emailed me all of the concerns that they had. I then had the bill revised, Mr. Chairman. All of the concerns from law enforcement and the courts was revised from Senate Bill 317, which is now into Senate Bill 550, Mr. Chairman. I also heard from the Department of Revenue, driver's control, and their only concern, Mr. Chairman, was that they didn't want habitual drivers. And again, Mr. Chairman, this is not new to this body. And all it is allowing people to go to court, fill out this application, and if the Department of Revenue decides that they don't need a restrictive driver's license or they can't participate, they will reject their application. Driver's control, they said this would help, Mr. Chairman. They received so many applications of individuals that want to do the right thing. We don't have a good transit system in Wichita. And people are walking. People are calling me, Mr. Chairman, asking for rides to the doctor's office and to school and to work. And I don't see I've covered my bases. I've been working on this for the last 6 months on this new language to satisfy everyone that I've been working with for the past 5 years. And all the people want, Mr. Chairman, is to drive legally and go to work. We want people to go to work, don't we? They have to have means of transportation to go to work, Mr. Chairman, and they want to drive legally. Don't you want them to be on the roads with a restrictive driver's license so you know who they are? They're being held accountable because they're filling out the application that I helped design, the same one that would be used in this current bill of submitting reinstating the suspended driver's license for people with a DUI. All I want is just the regular Kansans who could not afford to pay their original fine, and they were in a revoked status, and they just want to drive to work legally, and it'd be 12 months. This already exists. And I've already talked to the director at the Department of Revenue in driver's control. They already know how to do it. It's as simple as just allowing them, the lawmakers, giving them permission to allow these folks to drive legally while making payments on their fines, and they have insurance. Who wouldn't want that? Mr. Chairman, I don't know what else I can say to plead my case that I've been advocating for the last 5 years. Every year we're getting closer. And last year, the bill that we all voted on and passed, all it did, Mr. Chairman, was eliminated the little $25 application fee. It didn't really do what it was intended to do. And so my constituents, when we had the town hall meeting prior to the 2022 legislative session, they asked, could I still try to help them with this issue, Mr. Chairman? And with that, I'm not going to belabor. You know, I've been looking at these wonderful people up here all day in their white jackets, and you thought we were going to like do everything really fast. And I appreciate you for staying with us this long. And Mr. Chairman, I also appreciate the body's indulgence on this amendment. And unless there's further questions.
There are. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that explanation from the senator from Sedgwick. Do have a couple of questions. There was reference in the explanation to 12 months. What does the 12 months mean?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Well, Mr. Chairman, within that 12-month period, they have to abide by everything that's on that application. They have to continue to make their payments. If they want to pay off their fines sooner, they can. But if they default within that 12 months, they're out. In the current legislation that we are debating on the floor, it gives, which years ago I came up with, it waivers that 90-day waiting period. That was the other thing that my sheriff in Wichita, and we were helping drivers, and we had a big town hall meeting, and I had meetings with, I serve on the Kansas Legal Services Board. I still call it Legal Aid in Wichita. Their attorneys came out and helped. We helped veterans who are in this situation too. We did all this workshops for years and years, and we found that even, Mr. Chairman, if I pay my credit card bill or I pay my electricity bill, when I pay it, I want my lights on. I don't want to wait another 90 days. So that 90-day piece in there, whereas previously, before I introduced that 90-day piece that we're going to allow people to utilize in this current bill we're debating right now, House Bill, what is it? I'm House Bill 2377. So my current legislation that I've worked on for a long time, that's where the waiving the 90-day fee comes, and it allows the courts to waiver some reinstatement fees. And if so that 12 months period, Mr. Chairman and gentle lady from Sedgwick or Johnson County, responding to your question, that 12-month period is a time we're giving them. Make your payments on your fines, get insurance, do the right thing, and if they, we're just giving them that time to, Mr. Chairman, because some people, and I have a stack of it in my office now, some people, Mr. Chairman, that fine has snowballed into like $1,200, $5,000. We've heard, we saw the reports statewide, which were reported. And so if I've got a fine of $5,000 and I don't have $5,000, and some people don't, so it gives them they go to court, they get some fees waived if they can prove that they financially, can't afford that up front. And then in that 12-month period, Mr. Chairman, they're making payments on their fines and they're meeting all these obligations. And now let's just remember, Mr. Chairman and body, they ran a stop sign. That was the original violation. They couldn't afford to pay it. It snowballed. And they took a chance and drove anyway. And Mr. Chairman, let me tell you another thing. Some of them aren't even, the story I continue to tell is the woman in my district and her child has cancer. And she had to make a decision, buy her medicine for her child with cancer or pay her car insurance. And she thought, I'll pay my car insurance with my next paycheck. But her daughter got sick one late early morning, and she drove her to Wesley Medical Center really fast. She got stopped for speeding, Mr. Chairman. However, when she produced her registration, insurance, driver's license, her insurance had lapsed. Her insurance company had already forwarded that information to Topeka that she hadn't paid her insurance. And then her driver's license was automatically suspended. And she didn't even know it. And so she was in a cycle for even though she paid her fines, she had to wait 5 years to have her driver's license reinstated. And that's all she did. And so I'm just saying, Mr. Chairman, this bill allows individuals, the bill we're working on now, House Bill 2377, allows individuals with a suspended license to have them reinstated. And they had a DUI. And so I just don't see why we don't want to let other people, as long as they're following the rules and abiding by all this on this application, because the Department of Revenue can reject them if they want to. But we're just opening, giving them another tool to become, to give back to our economy by paying their fines and driving legally. I hope that answers the gentlelady's question, and she's been a trooper. Thank you for listening. Sometimes I repeat, and my daughters are always like, Mom, you're redundant. You already said that. And so I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the explanation. I have questions about page 2 of the amendment at subsection, well, it's section 12 of the amendment and subsection B 2B, lowercase I. I'm concerned that the language of the amendment is not very specific and does not provide any guidance for reinstatement, what qualifies you to be reinstated, other than if you haven't been convicted more than 3 times of driving on a canceled, suspended, or revoked license. So my question is this. In that section, this amendment would apply to a person who is having their driving privileges revoked because they were already found to be driving a different time on a canceled, suspended, or revoked license for failure to comply with the traffic citation. So is it true that in the amendment, the person who would be seeking to have their driving privileges reinstated would have already been found to have been driving on a canceled, suspended, or revoked license twice?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator, thank you for the question. So The only way I can answer that is to reinstate what I just said. So you hadn't paid your car insurance. You're driving fast, you get stopped. Your insurance has lapsed and you didn't know it. So now that counts as one time, Mr. Chairman. And then, you know, you got to drive back home from the hospital. And let's say you get stopped again. Now that's 2 times. And so that's called driving while suspended. So, and then you can pay your insurance, bring it up to date, and then you can even pay your fine. But our current law says now you're in a revoked status. So even after you get your insurance and you pay your fine, you still cannot get your driver's license reinstated for another 3 to 5 years. And there is, Mr. Chairman, just like I hear on this floor for many years during the debate, is that's why we have the Department of Revenue. That's why we have the judicial courts. What I'm proposing, it's already existing. We'll do it the same way. We'll do it the same way, Mr. Chairman, that we are going to allow if we pass House Bill 2377. We'll do it that same way. We'll have them be reinstated. And we don't have to really do anything, Mr. Chairman. It's already within the law. It's already within the Department of Revenue. It's already within driver's control. Here's the application that I put on. We're just going to let them participate in the restricted driver's license program that we already passed into law. We're just going to say yes to the Department of Revenue. Now you can accept an application from those with a revoked status, as long as they have not crossed over the into an habitual. I don't want everybody just driving around, but if you truly, your driver's license was suspended, just a failure to pay, and you found out that first time, and then you drove back home, and then you didn't drive anymore, and you've settled your I'm being redundant again, but we'll do it the same way that's in current law already. And I can help with that, or I can contact Ken over at the driver's control to, you know, I think they're closed. I didn't get to have him standing here behind me to tell you, but it's already in there. I've worked on this stuff for the last 5-6 years, Mr. Chairman, and it's already in place, and it's right here in the application that I put on your desk. That's how they're going to do it. They're just going to fill this out and send it in. Department of Revenue is going to tell them, yeah, you can do it, or no, you can't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm not doing this for me. I got a driver's license, and I drove up here in the rain, sleet, and snow through the Flint Hills, Mr. Chairman. I did all that. And my Rogue, Nissan Rogue, it goes pretty good. It actually knows the way home. I'm doing it for when I get back to Wichita and we're on our break and I'm going to the grocery store and I'm going here and there. Mr. Chairman, I'm just tired of seeing my constituents who I went to high school with, some of them, and I see them now when I go back home, Mr. Chairman, and they are on the bus stop. I want them to, you know, participate, you know, in our society and just drive legally and with insurance and make their payments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that explanation. Body, I would say that page 2 of the amendment and the amendment itself, which is what the body is asked to consider, is far too vague about how a person whose driving privileges have been revoked could be reinstated. The handout or a form is not the amendment and should not be considered when the body is considering whether to adopt the amendment or not. As I read page 2 of the amendment, and I'm looking at page 2 because that is what amends current law in the amendment. So at page 2, it looks like a person whose driving privileges have been revoked could apply to this program the day after the revocation was made. And I don't think that's the intent of our laws when we revoke driving privileges. And it's just simply too vague, and it doesn't clarify whether this amendment applies to DUI or CDLs, which is what House Bill 2377 concerns. The amendment has been ruled germane. I do understand that. However, the amendment is far too vague and doesn't put any qualifications on when the Division of Vehicles is going to determine who gets their driving privileges reinstated or not. And again, we have to look at the language, what is in the amendment. So if there are clarifications other than you haven't been convicted for driving with a canceled, suspended, or revoked license more than 3 times, is that the only qualification? And if it is, it seems, again, far too vague for the purposes of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Mr. Chairman, I hear the concerns of the senator from Johnson. I also know that a lot of times when we are looking at language, we will say we'll fix it in the conference committee. We will leave it to the agency to do that. So we'll fix it the same way that we, I believe this bill is going to conference committee, and by that time, Mr. Chairman, I'll get clarification from the reviser, and I'll get clarification from the Department of Revenue Drivers Control.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments on this. My concern, maybe a question in here. My concern is where in the bill does it clarify the 3rd bullet point on the application, that how it applies to commercial drivers, where we are facing this over $16 million for fiscal year 22 and $33 million for 23 fines or loss of funds. That's my concern. I know the good senators worked on this issue for many years. In fact, the people in our county, I talked to one of the proponents of this concept on my way up Monday, Peter, just chatting to him about different concepts. But where we're facing the 16 million and 33 million and the possibility of all CDLs being lost, that's a pretty big risk. So if that could be pointed out to me, that would really help me. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Mr. Chairman, I'll respond to the gentleman from Sedgwick County, Senator Peterson, is that this bill would help raise money. People would be paying their fines. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that oftentimes when we have vague language, it is dealt with in our rules and regulations, and that might be an appropriate place for this. I do read Section BI differently than the senator from Johnson, because the first sentence defines when a person whose driving privileges have been revoked, and it's solely for driving a motor vehicle on any highway of this state at a time when such person's privilege to do so was canceled, suspended, or revoked for failure to comply with the traffic citation pursuant to this section. they may submit to the Division of Vehicles a written request. And then it goes on to say that a person shall not qualify if they've have been canceled or their license canceled more than 3 times. So those are separate. That's not the qualification for this. The qualification is in the first sentence.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to rise and thank the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, for his comments, and I share his concerns as well that with the underlying bill, if the amendment is adopted, then we could risk some of the funding that is part of the reason for the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick on the amendment? Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can only echo the statements that have been made by the good senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, and also the senator from Johnson. What is at risk here is federal funding, highway dollars. We haven't had a determination on what the impact of this bill is. It may be perfectly fine, but I'm telling you, if we make a mistake in this area, it has a major impact. I would rather that we run this amendment through a committee, have it vetted, have KDOT, everybody come in and cast their light on it and tell us, is this bill at risk? Because of that, I most respectfully, and I say that respectfully, request that this amendment be voted down, even though I have the highest regards for the senator from Sedgwick. I'd like to have this amendment defeated. Thank you.
Further questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Sedgwick. Oh boy, so close. So close. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to the comments from the senator from
Sedgwick, Senator Salcedo, you may respond.
Thank you. I would like to ask, what does that have to do with this amendment? This amendment has nothing to do with the DUI piece. All it has to do with reinstating a driver's license, letting a person get a restrictive driver's license that already exists in our Department of Revenue in the driver's control. That's all it is allowing them to submit the application to the Department of Revenue. They are smart enough to read and figure out if they are eligible or not. And then the person will get insurance, they'll make payments on their fines, and they can drive back and forth to work, school, or church, or to a doctor. I want to know, Mr. Chairman, from the senator, from the vice president of the Kansas Senate, who I too have a high regard for. I want to know, what does my little amendment do? This little amendment, though, will help a lot of people throughout the state of Kansas. Mr. Chairman, I want to know what it has to do. It won't make anybody lose any money. All it will do is allow individuals to apply to have their driver's license reinstated. That's all. And they'll be paying us money. How is this amendment going to make anybody lose any money? I want to know.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I mean by that is if this would break some of the code, some of the rules and regulations from the Department of Transportation as it relates to our statutes in place, it could put federal matching dollars at risk. I didn't say that it would. That has not been vetted yet, and I would like to know that exact answer, and we don't have that answer here tonight. That's my concern.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and then we can, I hope we can just find that out in the conference committee and fix it just like we do. Mr. Chairman, I've served in the House of Representatives, and I've served in this body for many years. And I have sit here night after night after night during a session towards the end in March when we break for Easter and our break in April. I've sit here till, sometimes I've been here till 5:38. I've come on the Senate floor at 10 o'clock and stayed here until almost 6 a.m. And year after year, I've been here 18 years, Mr. Chairman. 18 years. 18 years. And I've heard us fix other measures in a conference committee. I've heard us say we will let that agency fix it. I'm just really not sure what the major objection is. I just don't see it. And Mr. Chairman, I'm personally offended. I'm offended tonight to know that we are making all these measures. Some of this language I see in my bill that I've worked on for years. In this new bill here, 2377, Mr. Chairman, I don't understand, and whether this passes or not, I want people to know, if we are making provisions for a person, a DUI, driving drunk, and we're making provisions for them to let a court waiver their fees, it's in here, to waiver, giving the judge discretion to waiver $200 or $300 fees for them. We're making provisions for them to reinstate their driver's license, Mr. Chairman. And I tell you, those highway patrol that were here in the Capitol today, I've talked to them. Somebody is lying. Somebody is lying to me then, because I talked to the Department of Revenue. I did my homework before I brought this amendment here. And I don't see how we can, moms demand action against drunk drivers. I don't know how we're making provisions for a drunk driver to be reinstated. And we won't allow a person just because they failure to pay because they didn't have the money to participate in the current law that we just passed last session. We just want to let those people apply for for a restrictive driver's license and make payments on their fines and drive with insurance and drive legally. That's all. And they were not drunk. How can, that is really picking winners and losers. And I'm talking about apples to apples tonight, reinstating a driver's license. Gosh, dog it. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I see another senator from Cedric standing.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. She asked how we could lose money. The Commercial Motor Vehicle Safety Act established a commercial driver's license information system. That system is a nationwide centralized computer system that allows states to post and review a driver's record that prevents a driver from obtaining multiple driver's licenses. Kansas, like all states, must exert a diligent effort to assure compliance with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administrations and regulations under the Commercial Vehicle Safety Act. Penalties for noncompliance can be swift and costly. Withholding the funds based on noncompliant states, following the first year of noncompliance, an amount of 4% of the federal highway funds to be apportioned to any state under the federal code shall be withheld from the state the first day on the fiscal year following the state's noncompliance. The second year, it doubles. It goes to 8%. That is my concern, is how this affects commercial driver's license. The rest of this bill, if I wasn't concerned about that, I would be standing up here passionately. This is a very needed concept. My concern is there's dollars for the Commercial Motor Vehicle Safety Act and having it in statute. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned too about safety. And that's why we should pass this amendment so that drivers will not be driving illegally, because you know they're going to drive anyway. They're going to sneak and drive and look over their shoulder and cause an accident. Number one. Number two, Mr. Chairman, I hear year after year, what about the money? What about the money? I keep saying that these people are going to give us money. Because in order to be eligible for this, they've got to start making payments. They've got to contact a court and make payments on their fines, Mr. Chairman. And then the other piece to it, gosh, 18 years, when are we going to put people before, Mr. Chairman, how about this? I'll see if we can get, because a lot of those people that I'm talking about wanted, some of them maybe they needed to go to court, and this application will let them know. But I do know from talking to my district attorney in Wichita, Sedgwick County, the courts were backed up. Maybe I'll see if we can get some COVID funding or some grant or something. I just don't, I just don't see how that's fair. I don't see how it's fair to want to help the DUI person and the law enforcement because we're going to get some money. What about everybody? You're going to get some money too, maybe not that much, from these individuals. I had a conversation with a former colleague of ours, former Representative Jim Howell, who's now a Sedgwick County Commissioner. And he feels the same way. He texted me and emailed me and like, can you still try to get that done? Mr. Chairman, also, and I'll close with this, or I'll stop. These same people now that I'm talking about, in Sedgwick County, our assistant city manager, City of Wichita, right now there are letters being mailed to these individuals where we sold the debts of the people who still owe for these traffic violations. We've sold the debts to out-of-state attorneys. They are sending people letters. Even when the last bill, Senate Bill 127 of session 2021, Mr. Chairman, and it's like they can't win. They are being told they're going to be arrested. There are warrants out for them where they'll just never, ever. Mr. Chairman, these individuals, if we don't help them, they will never, ever, never, ever be able to drive legally again in the state of Kansas. So, Mr. Chairman, a lot of times we pass legislation and then we see that it doesn't work and we amend it, we change it. And if it doesn't work, we'll change it. But there are so many eyes that are going to be on this. And currently, Mr. Chairman, every bill that we have passed in the last 6 years dealing with suspended driver's licenses, to the gentle lady that was carrying the bill in the first place, or to anybody who's listening, on a regular basis, I have emails now where I contact the Department of Revenue, Driver's Control, and I will get a listing of how many people have submitted application. And I know that the application is not part of the bill, but it will be, and there's going to be an application process in House Bill that we're debating right now, House Bill 2377, that will require an application. But the Department of Revenue, they will email me, because I like to track bills, laws that are enacted, and see how they're working, for 3 to 6 months. And I do follow-ups. And I've gotten great reviews that Department of Revenue are getting so many applications of people who thought when Senate Bill 127 from session 2021 was passed into law that we all voted for, they thought they could participate. And Driver's Control has told me they've had to reject those letters. So all those Kansans that all of us heard about statewide when the stories were being run about how many people in the state of Kansas had a suspended driver's license, everybody, they just started sending these applications in and they were denied because of that one little word, revoked. And they just want their driver's license reinstated. And, you know, Mr. Chairman, I've never got to say this before, but I know the hour is late. And so I will yield to the gentlelady from Douglas, if I may.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that in the bill, some of the references to driving commercial motor vehicles relate to KSA 2021 Supplement 8-2144, and this amendment relates to KSA 2021 Supplement 2110. So if we're concerned about whether or not this relates to commercial driver's licenses, we should be able to find that by looking at where those affect the statute. So I'm concerned about the argument that this relates to commercial driver's licenses since it is in a very different section. Thank you.
Yield returns to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the good discussion of all members who brought up very good points and whom I all respect. It does seem, though, like this is something that we could put this on now. There have been very good questions raised. We could work on getting those answers before conference committee. We'll have very capable conferees, and I'm sure that these are answers that we can readily ascertain with respect to the federal funding, which is a very good point, which I very much respect, and I'm sure we could get those answers and then make appropriate adjustments in conference with our capable conferees. But it strikes me that a good compromise would be to put this on now so it can move forward with this in it while we get the answers, which I appreciate those questions being raised. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The division's been called for. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. All those opposed to the motion, please stand. On a vote of 12 in favor, 18 against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn. Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2377 as amended, favorable for passage.
Chair, point of order.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn was recognized for his close. However, staff was distracting the good senator from Wyandotte. If the senator from McPherson would allow the senator from Wyandotte to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the senator from Wyandotte, a very good friend, but I'm ready to close. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment, and the amendment has been turned in, and I was sharing with the senator from McPherson's staff that indeed I did. He inquired as to whether or not I'd be offering it, and I paid full time and attention to his staffer, who is, as we know, instrumental in many of the decisions and was not paying attention to it at the time, and would appreciate the indulgence that I might be able to offer the amendment to this bill.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, do you yield the floor to the senator from Wyandotte?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I choose to close.
Senator from McPherson, you are recognized to close. You may continue.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2377 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those
Mr. Point of order, was it amended on, I'm sorry, was the House Bill 2377
correct.
as amended on the
This
floor?
bill has not been amended. Would you please restate your motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was referring to the fact that it had been amended earlier. I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2377 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now move to Senate Bill 155. For purposes of carrying Senate Bill 155, the chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senate Bill 155 would codify what is currently being done every year annually as a proviso in the budget process for newborn screening. Currently, every newborn will go through a test to check for rare diseases, and the increase in the cost is going through the proviso system, and what this bill will do is we'll make it in statute so we don't have to do this annually. Pretty self-explanatory, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Cherokee? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions for the senator. I do applaud the committee for working this bill and making a decision. This is something that we've been doing that's been in proviso and finally has been put into, now we're looking at his bill form, which we're doing these newborn screenings. This funding will, increase in funding will help to not only add the one more item to be screened for, to be tested and with the newborn screenings, but also will ensure that there's adequate funding to cover those costs for the infants that are born in Kansas. So this is a very positive move and forward thinking for the health of our newborns and their families.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I just want to rise in support, and I want to say thank you to the chair of the Health for having the hearing on this and for moving it forward. I know the March of Dimes has been working on this. As someone who served on the Children's Cabinet, this is very vital to those first 1,000 days of our Kansans' life. So just appreciation. Thank you.
Further questions or comments on the bill? Seeing none, Senator from Cherokee, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 155 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2448. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Mr. Chair, I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please continue.
Mr. Chair, this bill was originally SB 501, and it was an extensive alteration of the statute. But after hearing opposing testimony, the proponent eliminated most all the revisions, including any portions that were related to Medicaid, fraud prevention, additional reporting requirements, households receiving assistance, etc. And so, other than the technical revise or cleanups in this 22 pages, the only revision is on page 9 in italics. And it is regarding able-bodied adults without dependent children, commonly called ABOD, in the USDA Food and Nutrition Services definition. This bill merely states that anybody who is an ABOD or an able-bodied person without dependents would participate in the SNAP Employment and Training Program. These, each state's required to have one, and they operate this program. It does receive federal funding annually to operate and administer the program. In February, Secretary of KDADS, Laura Howard, said in committee, it was a very effective program, and her words, minimum investment with a huge return. I would agree. In Kansas, we call this program GOALS, or Generating Opportunity to Attain Lifelong Success. Through SNAP and the E&T, participants have access to training to help them enter or move up in the workforce. These programs also help to reduce barriers to work by providing support services such as transportation or work boots. They can attend a job fair, both in person or virtually, receive training or further education, and even volunteering or participating in a work service program. As participants prepare for and obtain employment through this program. So in this program, in 2020, unfortunately with the global pandemic, the USDA suspended work-related requirements. And even though we've had decline in the positive COVID cases, there's been no indication that the administration will end this emergency declaration. In 2020, the numbers in this program, as of February 2020, there were 8,741. Now in December of 2021, the number has almost doubled to over 14,000. Of course, we all would agree it would be better for us to help people go back to work. Currently, it's a voluntary program, and we only have 1,227 that participate in this program. We can all agree that we want to help reserve these funds and reserve this program for those that are truly needy. By mandating this effective employment and training program to all the able-bodied adults without dependents, we can help more people get jobs and off of the program. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Thank you to the Senator from Johnson about the information she's provided. But I would like to ask some questions. Could you give us some examples of who able-bodied the ABOBs are?
Yes.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossett.
Apologize. 18 to 49-year-olds.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Could you provide a little more besides 18 to 49-year-olds?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossett.
I do not have more than that in the definition from the USDA Food and Nutrition Services site.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, thank you. Actually, the definition is 18 to 49-year-olds who are not permanently disabled. They do not claim dependents on their taxes and have an income at or below 130% of the federal poverty guidelines. This includes individuals with undiagnosed or untreated mental illness, parents who have children in foster care, individuals with injuries or illnesses, children who are aging out of foster care without a permanent family or support system, homeless individuals, parents who do not have the custody of their children but are still involved in their lives and provide the resources they can for their care and well-being. So that's the category we're talking about. It's not just 18 to 49-year-olds. So by definition, the ABOBs on SNAP are the working poor. Could the senator tell us how many of these ABOBs currently are working?
Again, I
Senator from
don't have
Johnson,
that.
Senator Gossage.
I don't have that information, but I can say that the whole purpose is just to get them training and services.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, that's why DCF currently does have a voluntary training program because, as I mentioned, at 130% of the poverty level, you can be an ABOB and working 20 hours a week and be getting SNAP. Of course, you can't do that for more than 3 months. So currently, the majority of those who are on the program in Kansas are the working poor. So when we, under this legislation, when we talk about having a mandatory work training program, we are actually jeopardizing the working poor from working because hourly employees, which I think sometimes we might forget if we haven't worked as an hourly employee or haven't for a long time, often don't have control of the number of hours they work. So you've got a food service person who, for whatever reason, is only getting 20 hours a week. They know that it's going to go up eventually, and maybe they can look for a job in that same field. Remember, they already have job training. They already have a skill that they are continuing. This is going to mandate that they, instead of working those 20 hours a week, they have to be in a work program. Could the senator share with us about how is that then going to benefit them?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that's not quite correct. Under current rules, it was President Biden who waived that they do not have to work, nor do they have a time limit. But I will say, work is and can be considered as part of the E&T program, or employment and training.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'm not sure what the senator is referring to, that they don't have to work. There are people in the ABOB category, the majority of which are the working poor, and they are working. That's why DCF has a voluntary program currently, and there is a limit. They can only be on 3 months every 3 years. So there is a limit of the amount of time that they can actually be collecting SNAP. Could the senator share with us what is this average benefit a month?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Again, what I was referring to was the work-related requirements were suspended in 2020.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. However, this bill that we're talking about is not talking about 2020. This bill is talking about putting in a mandatory mandatory training requirement for ABOBs, which now we do have in Kansas, and it's voluntary. But my question was, what is the average benefit that a ABOB is getting currently?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I do not know the answer to that question, but I just want to emphasize it's called employment and training. So employment counts as being part of that plan.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. As the bill is written, that is not, I would have to disagree with the senator as the bill is written. I will share the body that we're talking about a benefit of $112 a month on average for an ABOB under SNAP benefits. Could the senator share with us how much money is brought into the state of Kansas annually through SNAP?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I do not know that, as those are federal dollars, and it's based on the number of ABODs, and it also is based upon administration costs. But I will refer the senator to page 9, line 11, that clearly states to an employment and training program. So it is definitely both.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So the $300 million is brought into the state of Kansas through SNAP. That's all federal funds. And as this bill is written currently, the program for able bodies, the voluntary employment training program that DCF currently runs, they are able to cover that with the grant that comes with SNAP. But with this bill and the mandatory that any able body would have to be in a training program, it will incur increased costs that will not be covered by the money that comes from the federal government. So the estimate is that it would be over $500,000, that's SGF dollars, to cover the services, as well as $2.2 million for staff. And I heard earlier on a couple of bills that just came forward about the idea that we could jeopardize federal funds, or we were increasing our state general fund costs, and this certainly is what will occur with this bill. We have a program that's working currently with ABOBs to provide training. We have, there is a limitation for how long the working poor can be on this program. And what we're doing currently is, under this new legislation, is not going to achieve a new goal. So it seems to be jeopardizing what we already have. So I would ask the senator, how is this, with the potential of increasing our cost to the state, is this going to be, is there funding for this included in the bill?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
In the fiscal note, they had stated, and since talking with the department, that they would, they do file a grant for this program, and it is based upon the number of participants, and that the $2.2 million that you spoke of should be covered by those administrative dollars, and they're not exactly sure how many of the ABODs would participate, even though it were mandated. In their estimation, they were thinking about 9%. Again, I would just caution that in 2020, all work-related requirements and time limits were suspended. So none of those are currently existing.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would encourage the body to not be thinking about 2020, because we are in 2022, and but I will say that in 2018, the Farm Bill, and SNAP is under the Farm Bill, there were changes made to SNAP, and they required the state to provide supervised job search. And so if we had done something prior to November of 21, it would be different than doing it now, because this then is a change in our program, which means we would have to apply for a waiver in order to make the changes to the program, and those new costs would not be borne by the feds, they would be borne by the state. So those new costs would be incurred by us, not by the federal government. The amount of money that we're getting now, about $73,000 from the feds for this program, is not going to change. That's what we're getting currently, and that's not going to change. But what is going to change is that this then says it's mandatory for all ABOBs, even those who are working. So we're creating a situation that can actually affect the employment, even if it's minimal, of able-bodied individuals without dependents, because we're going to mandate that they go through a training program that they don't need. We're not going to have it funded from the feds, and we're going to have to incur the costs. So then we're jeopardizing our SNAP money, because if we don't fund the over $2.5 million new costs, because of increasing the number of people that have to go through the program, then we are jeopardizing our federal dollars because we're not meeting the requirements for our SNAP dollars. So it is a vicious circle that we are setting up by these changes in this legislation. We have a program now. It's DCF, as the senator mentioned. DCF has mentioned the program that we have, and it's working, and it's voluntary. And the working poor who are on SNAP, who have a job, they have to be working 20 hours or less, aren't going through it. But those who aren't employed are able to go through it. So I would encourage us not to jeopardize our federal funds and to not create a situation that we will have to fund, or else we will jeopardize those federal funds at the tune of nearly $3 million. Thank you. This is not a good bill.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I looked up the definition of the employment and training program under 7 U.S.C. 2015 D1, and it's well described, but it does not include the opportunity for people who are employed, or does not seem to, through the definition, to not be part of a program that's been designed by the state. So can the senator from Johnson explain, I mean, she said employment and training program, but if you're employed, that doesn't mean that you don't have to also participate in that program.